1 milli. Water. Nothing. Ugh. $2.5. What? Cruiser car. Oh yeah. I found it K.
Hey everyone, welcome back. So several months ago, I made a video about Arc Raiders, the upcoming PvEVP extraction shooter from Embark, the same studio who brought you the Finals, a competitive first-person shooter that's actually doing quite well. Now, at the time, we were able to share our thoughts on the game, but unfortunately, we were actually unable to show you any directly captured footage. Instead, we were provided B-roll from the developer for use in our coverage, which is almost always a shame, because for the most part, any B-roll provided doesn't really do a great job of showcasing the game in action or being played like a typical gamer would. Usually it's a lot of slow walking, taking in the environment, showing off points of interest, stuff like that. Which, I get it, the devs are proud of their work, of what they've made, and I will say they should be of how this game looks in particular, because Arc Raiders is a gorgeous looking game visually, so I'm not too surprised when they want to show it off with canned B-roll. But again, the problem with canned B-roll is you don't really get a good feel of what it actually looks like while a real person is playing the game, right? And the other concern that people have with canned B-roll for these sort of videos is that they're trying to hide the fact that the game's got issues, like performance issues or bugs, which I will say, in Arc Raiders instance, when I played it last fall, we didn't have any issues, so I was actually thoroughly surprised as to why they were just doing the videos with B-roll. But anyways, all of that changes as of today, because in addition to the preview that I played back in November, just this past week I got another opportunity to check out the game, playing for a few afternoons, seeing some new stuff that they added, and getting quite a few good matches in. And as such, today I actually have some good gameplay footage to show you. Yay, I'm thrilled, honestly thrilled. All right, and speaking of which, I will say right at the top here that I have been pretty impressed with this game. If you enjoy the extraction genre, this does seem like it's going to potentially be another good one of those. It does a lot of things quite well. Movement and gunplay both feel fantastic. It's got an interesting setting and world, great sound design, which is very important for the genre and done particularly well here. And as mentioned, it is just one hell of a looker. The animations, the textures, the lighting, the atmosphere, all of it. This is a pretty looking game, and it also has seemed quite polished as well as running well for me to boot. Now, if you don't like extraction PvEVP shooters, none of that stuff will probably matter. But if you do, yes, this is looking like a good one. I'm gonna save my tangent about the fact that this changed from a looter shooter when it was initially announced a few years back into an extraction shooter, because I am still a little personally just frustrated. It's whatever. I like extraction shooters too, and this is looking like a good extraction shooter, so we're gonna talk about it. So today I'm gonna be giving you a basic overview of Arc Raiders, going over what the game is, what you do in it, sharing some of my early thoughts, and yes, finally actually getting to show you some real honest to goodness gameplay. Before diving into all of that though, we do have a quick word from today's sponsor. Today's video is sponsored by War Robots, an online third-person 6v6 PvP shooter where dozens of war robots and hundreds of weapon combinations are used to compete in intense clan battles. This is an entirely new game in the War Robots franchise, built by a new development team from the ground up for PC and console platforms. Some key features include, you've got the ability to build your own fighter with tons of robots, each with unique design, strengths, and weaknesses. There are a lot of different play styles supported, whether you want to be aggressive and focus on hunting down other players, or supportive, bolstering your team's offensive and defensive capabilities. You can customize things, selecting what weapons and modules you'd like. The game supports group play with the aforementioned
My YouTube not working.
What's the is this? Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I got here. Lost Ark is an ARPG MMO, meaning it's
I'll watch this one.
like, what's the is this? Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I got here. Well, let me explain. You see, this is one of the hardest videos I've ever had to make. Albion Online is a free-to-play sandbox MMORPG in which you will find full loot PvP zones across the majority of the map, based on a classless system in which you really choose what you want to do. PvP, PvE, crafting are three completely different but completely viable ways to play in Albion, with each having their own version of an early, mid, and end game. Albion is available on PC and even mobile, with talks about a potential console release sometime in the future. Albion is actually quite deceiving because while simple in concept and even simple graphically, there is very little about this game that ends up being as simple as you think. With intricate endgame guild and player versus player dynamics, most builds used for combat are simple to understand but difficult to master, and certain weapons and armor are much better at staving off other types of weapons and armor. As a quick preface, prior to playing Albion, I was of the staunch opinion, along with many others, that I generally dislike full loot PvP MMOs. Not because those games or full loot PvP is bad, but simply because I'm bad. However, if you are one of those players like me who thinks they dislike full loot PvP, and you might disregard Albion because of it, I urge you to give it a chance. It's not quite what you would expect. For the majority of this video, I played solo. However, towards the end, I managed to convince a couple of friends, some who were returning players, to hop on with me. With all that being said, today I'm going to jump into Albion as a brand new player and see if I can forge my path within this world. And hopefully through my experience, you can decide for yourself if you would like to play Albion in 2024. But really quickly, before we jump into it, I'd just like to remind everybody that channel memberships are active, and if you enjoy my content and MMOs, a little support is massively appreciated. But if that's not your cup of tea, then a like and a subscription help me out a bunch as well. Thanks guys, now back to it. Character creation in Albion is a very simple process. You can choose between a male and a female, and then afterwards customize a few small things. You can pick a couple of facial presets as well as your hair color. Oh, and you can also change your underwear. Some of these styles are even quite cheeky. This is also the first game in which attempting to use my normal in-game username of Waydot no longer worked. I had to be creative and decide between Waydot and Waydot. But considering I haven't worked out a day in my adult life, I chose to go with the more realistic option. Once you're done with character creation, you're placed on Tutorial Island. Now, one thing I have to mention here is Albion's user interface and graphical style definitely lends itself to feeling a little bit like a mobile game in terms of its appearance. While the game is also available on mobile, it didn't actually start that way. And except for a few select other games you can find on the App Store, Albion is miles and miles ahead of them. So in this case, I tried to not judge the game too quickly by its cover, because there's so much more to Albion than just a mobile game. And many of your preconceived notions about mobile games and pay to win and whatever else is just not the case. The tutorial takes you through the basics of combat. You have 7 ability slots on your action bar, which will be made up of abilities which come from specific weapons and armor that you're actually wearing. On top of that, you have a potion slot for an in-combat consumable, as well as a food slot which can provide temporary buffs that will benefit you depending on what you're doing in the game. While in the tutorial, you can participate in some of the only quests that exist within Albion. These quests will take you through gathering and crafting and basically teaches you the bare necessities of what you can do in this game. I must say I was rather surprised at the amount of new players that were hanging around and completing the tutorial. So far, Albion was seemingly packed with players. This is probably because Albion operates on mega servers. There's currently an East server and a West server. These include all mobile and PC players in one place. So choose whichever server you have the best connection to. It's important to note that the West server is actually quite a bit older than the East server. However, because it's a PvP focused game, your connection to that game can actually be quite an important factor. Oh, also, I was given a mount immediately. The developers of Albion must be watching my videos. I got a tier 1 mule. Beautiful. Now, I finished up the tutorial kind of choosing to be a ranger in the sense that I was using a bow and wearing full leather gear. The end of the tutorial has you choosing between 5 different locations on the Royal Continent to begin your journey. Each of these locations are in a different biome and have a different central town in which you're going to be spending
Ooh, ooh, ooh. farm again. We farming. Let's go. The buff, please. Getting up. Nice, nice. I'm out, I'm out. How the fuck? Put me in there. Put me on the other side. There you go. this
a
one.
lot of your time. Also, by finishing the tutorial, they give your account and every new account that you might make 3 days of premium, which is the non-mandatory subscription found within Albion. Bear in mind, I know nothing about the game at this point except the little bit that the tutorial has shown me. And because Albion is so different to a lot of other MMOs, I want to take a moment and explain some of the basics of how this game works and how its world functions, for any potential new players in order to provide context for the rest of this video. So essentially, Albion works like this. The map is split into 2 separate continents. The smaller but much safer Royal Continent, down here, includes the main cities and generally starting zones for new characters. Up top, we have the larger and much more dangerous Outlands. Here, you will find 3 smaller cities and a massive amount of extremely dangerous zones. In Albion, you're going to find that one of the most important things that you will be doing is judging the risk versus the reward of almost every situation. You're going to find it massively beneficial to participate in more risky activity, because the rewards are many times better than doing the same or similar activities in less risky zones. And speaking of zones, Albion features 4 different types of zones. There's blue, yellow, red, and black. In blue zones, you are completely safe from PvP. In yellow zones, you can be attacked by other players, though the attacking player will need to toggle PvP on, and they will lose a lot of reputation. And instead of dying, your character just gets knocked down, so you'll lose a little GP and durability on your equipment, but it's otherwise a safe death. In the red zones, you will find that players lose reputation and need to toggle PvP, but if they kill you, they get almost everything you're carrying. And black zones work exactly the same as red, except that they will lose no reputation and PvP is automatically toggled on for everyone. On top of that, each of the zones will be a specific biome, so depending on that biome, you're going to find a different type of resources. For example, in the mountain biome, you'll find ore, stone, and fibers, but in the swamp, you'll find fiber, wood, and hide. So, if your gathering skills are high enough, you could go to a swamp in a black zone and make a lot of money by hunting and skinning some of the wildlife, albeit at your own risk. That's the world map and how it works. Now, why would I ever want to risk anything of value in a black zone if 10 people can just show up and completely outnumber me and take all my stuff? Well, here's the thing. Albion works on a fame system. Your character inherently has no level. You don't level up. What you do level up is specific items and equipment within the game by using those items and equipment. The massive skill tree that you see here is known as the Destiny board, and it has nodes linked to every equipable item in the game, and even some other less tangible nodes. Every node works on a 100 level tier 1 through tier 8 system. Generally, tier 1 to tier 4 is available almost immediately, but tier 5 to tier 8 are unlocked at different level thresholds, like 10, 40, 60, and finally 100. There is the Reaver node, which is just general combat, and at every tier you reach, you will take less damage from and do more damage to the next tier of monsters. The same goes for the Adventurer node, which will allow you to use higher and higher tiers of consumables, accessories, and mounts. You level up all of these nodes by gaining fame, which is essentially experience, from doing whatever activity with whatever items you currently have equipped. And because the red and black zones are more risky, that's where you're going to find the higher tiers of gathering resources, enemies, and even just fame per hour. So if you want to start getting or acquiring some tier 8 resources or equipment, or even just money or experience, you'll have to go into the black zone in order to get the best of the best. One quick thing to note while looking at the Destiny board is these books up top. They're known as learning points. Whenever a particular node reaches 20% of the fame required to reach the next level, you can use the learning points to immediately finish up the other 80%. How many learning points to do so will vary based on the item as well as what level the item is. As a tip to new players who want to work on gathering or skilling or farming, I would highly recommend you save your learning points for those activities, as you gain fame much slower in those skills compared to combat-related fame. Now, free-to-play players can earn 10 learning points a day by doing a daily challenge, but premium players get 30 points a day just passively. And also, whenever it's your first time purchasing Premium, you're given a bonus of 500 learning points. And finally, while we're on the topic of Premium, you can actually purchase this subscription with in-game silver. However, otherwise, it runs me about $17 Canadian a month. In Albion, there's also another currency known as gold. This can be used to purchase things in the shop, or it can be translated directly into silver. As far as I can tell, the shop is entirely cosmetic and provides no benefits besides making your character look cooler. Okay, I hope that gives you guys a quick overview of how Albion fundamentally works. Now, let's jump into my experience. As I made it to the city in my starter zone, I chose Limhurst, a forested area outside of Yew Wood. I explored the town. First of all, it's absolutely packed. This here, in the middle of this cluster of 1,000 players, is the bank, where you can store your items. And over here is the market, where you can sell items to other players. One important thing to note about Albion is that every equipable item in the game is actually player crafted, and even all of the shops and workplaces within towns are player owned. It's actually really cool. Out in the world, you can slay a mob or open a chest, and if you receive loot, it was most likely made by another player. This works because the marketplace has an option to quick sell items at a reduced price for immediate cash, and it actually takes all of those quick sells and puts them into a loot redistribution pool that is then sent out into the world. I decided, well, I guess it's a sandbox game. I'm just gonna go out and explore the world. At the beginning, I was exceptionally nervous of walking into the yellow zone of Yew Wood. The warning screen beforehand, the knowledge that I could be killed at any time, even though I wouldn't lose my things, it was still sort of nerve-wracking. Now, after having 100+ hours of playtime, the thought of being nervous to enter a yellow zone is completely laughable, because genuinely you don't really get attacked in yellow zones. People have a lot of reputation to lose, and if you lose enough reputation in Albion, you can actually be sequestered to certain types of zones in the game. For example, if you ever acquire negative 20,000 reputation, you will be banned to only black zones, until you can get your reputation back up from participating in non-PvP activities. At first, I just roamed around. I gathered a few low-level items. I came across my first 2v2 Hellgate, which sounded interesting, but probably like I would need a friend. However, not much longer after that, I came across my first solo dungeon. This is kind of one of the main gameplay loops of Albion. You head out into a zone and there's this open world, but there's also many randomly generating things. There's Hellgates and solo dungeons, corrupted dungeons, group dungeons. And depending on the zone that you enter these randomly generated events, it will dictate the difficulty, loot, or PvP potential of said random event. For example, if I go into a solo dungeon while I'm in the red zone, people could come into that dungeon with me, defeat me, and take all my stuff. But while in a yellow zone, it would still be a safe death. As for this solo dungeon, these are actually super beneficial to get working on, as it's a great way to start getting some combat fame early on. I was still rocking my full leather with my bow, and obviously to anyone who's actually played this game, you can tell why these couple of mobs almost took me out. Don't worry, it doesn't take me too long to figure things out. That being said, this dungeon was actually too difficult for me, so I wanted to see if I could upgrade my armor, because I was currently just using tier 3. After searching around on the marketplace a bit, I came up with a full tier 4 set of gear and weapons, which only sent me back a couple of thousand silver. I also decided to grab myself a full set of tools so that any of the resources I see out in the wild, I can actually gather them and hopefully start acquiring some more money. Now, at this point, someone in the world chat mentioned that you actually can get a bit of free fame if you download the mobile app and log in on mobile. Alright, one successful marketing tactic later, the game actually works pretty great on mobile as well, but there we go. I received my cross-platform reward, a pile of tomes. Now, tomes work like this. You can receive tomes of insight, either for combat fame, or other types of fame with varying tiers, between 1 and 8. When you use said tome, you will gain fame within that specific skill. So this pile of tome gave me 10 tier 4 tomes of insight, which is actually 100,000 combat fame, or 10,000 each. I used all of them, and it took me to about level 5 on each of my currently equipped items. At this point, I was still stupidly using the meager amount of learning points that I did have on my combat fame, because I had no idea that I should be saving them for gathering. I went back out in my tier 4 gear, and this time I found another solo dungeon, and it was so much easier. I ended up receiving my first loot bag from an undead archer, and inside was a couple of runes. These are items that are used to enchant your equipment, but I'll get into more on that later. Oh, there's another person in this dungeon with me. Well, I'll just help them take down the boss. I'm sure that we can both open the chests and both get separate loot. Right? Wrong. Completely wrong. Afterwards, I came across my first corrupted dungeon, which would end up being some of my favorite content in the game. It's essentially a dungeon in which you can invade or be invaded by another player in a 1v1 scenario. However, unfortunately at this point in time, I didn't think I was prepared to head in, as the lowest difficulty on a corrupted dungeon, the Hunter, suggests that you have at least tier 5 gear equipped. Speaking of other random things to come across, I found a Will-O-Wisp. These things are all over the place, and I had no clue what the heck I was looking at. I was teleported to an ominous purple forested area in which the enemies were tier 5. Okay, where am I and how do I get back? And can I be PvP'd? Okay, it still seems to be a yellow zone. That's good. It was here that I experienced my first knockdown. You will never lose all of your items to an NPC who kills you. That being said, while you're knocked down, if you are in a red or a black zone, another player can come along and execute you and take all your stuff. The knockdown cooldown is about 20 seconds, at which point your character will get back up with full health. I personally found the Mist to be an excellent place to level up my combat fame, as there was just a lot more open world mobs available to fight. You see, the Mists work like this. They are randomly generated worlds that are accessed through Will-O-Wisps. These wisps can be found anywhere in the open world in yellow, red, or black zones. The majority of these mists can only be accessed by one player, so a party or a group of players can't go into the mist at the same time, which makes it excellent solo content. However, beware, there are certain mists known as duo mists which will allow for more players, and you find those through entering through a greater Will-O-Wisp. Also, each of the wisps actually have a rarity assigned to them, which will dictate the rarity of the resources and drops that you get from gathering or killing things inside the mist. But one thing to note, if you do enter a mist from a red zone, the mist will be considered a black zone, featuring all of the same things, but full loot PvP with no reputation loss is active. But during my time playing Albion, whenever I needed to farm some fame to level up some combat, mists were by far my favorite activity, and I highly recommend checking it out, especially if you're a solo player. Finally, starting to get my footing and feeling a little bit more confident and feeling ready for anything, I experienced my first death to another player. Now listen, I didn't really try here. I figured he was just gonna kick my ass. Looking back on this, I probably could have tried to get away, but I kind of just froze up. So that's my first experience of PvP in Albion, dying to another player in the yellow mists. Luckily, when you die to another player in the yellow mist, it just kicks you out to wherever you were when you entered the mist. So I made my way back to town, and now that I had the levels for it, I could fully purchase and equip some new tier 5 gear. That first PvP loss hurt me though. I felt bad. Bad at the game, bad at life, and I figured I need to get better at PvP. But I didn't really know any good ways to try and get better without risking my money or things. That's when I found the arena. Essentially, Albion features arenas with ranked seasons and unranked versions. The unranked version plays slightly different, but it's a mix of domination and team deathmatch in which you want to get the enemy's points to 0. I ended up winning my first game with 2 kills and doing like 10% of my team's damage, but hey, the rewards for winning an arena are actually pretty great. And this is just unranked. You get Tomes of Insight to put into combat fame, as well as a nice chunk of silver. I queued up again and won 2 more times, each getting a little bit better and understanding the dynamic of combat in Albion a little bit more. In the last game, I actually tied for most kills on the team with 6 and only 2 deaths to go with it. Not bad. Afterwards, I wanted to relax and do some gathering for the remainder of the night, and quickly realize how big of a mistake I made by using my learning points on combat. Gathering fame is so slow in the beginning. You definitely want your learning points to speed up this process. Oh, and also I upgraded my mount to tier 3. This time I chose an ox, because it will increase the amount of weight that you can carry on your person before you become over encumbered, which will significantly reduce your movement speed, and you don't want to get caught out in a red zone and not be able to run. But speaking of mounts, there are many different types of mounts in Albion. Ones like the Ox will increase the weight that you can carry, but other ones like the Direwolf will drastically increase the speed in which you travel at. So depending on what you're going to do out in the world will usually dictate which type of mount you're going to take. All of these, of course, benefit from the tier system as well, so a tier 8 mount of the same type is drastically better than a tier 1. I spent the rest of the night gathering and even got myself to tier 3 lumberjack, allowing me to chop down better trees and use better axes. But the next day I said enough is enough. I decided to look up a more optimal build for my bow online. And this is when I really started to understand the combat a little bit more. You see, not only does the type of armor you're wearing dictate which abilities you will have equipped, but even further than that, it can dictate how much damage you do. There's 3 different types of armor: cloth, leather, and plate. Cloth has lower defense and deals more damage, leather is somewhere in the middle, and plate has higher defense with less damage. It's pretty rare in Albion to see somebody wearing an entire set of the same type of armor. This build I found online had me using a cloth helm, a leather body, and plate shoes, which can be much more optimal, especially in a lot of PvP situations, and it was definitely dealing a little bit more damage than the full leather setup I had prior. There's obviously builds that are currently meta and some that are objectively not as good. However, with the amount of different items and weapons and equipment that exists in Albion, your options are endless. You can level all of them up whenever you would like, and this sort of massive realization about the potential for customization had me feeling really excited. So I spent some time leveling, I got some nice rewards from a solo dungeon, and I decided, with this new setup at tier 4, that I would venture into the red zone for the very first time. I'm not going to lie, my heart was in my throat. I was exactly what any PvPer would be looking for. An inexperienced noob who just wants to check out a red zone. And to my dismay, between the yellow zone and the red zone was a path that was also a red zone, and littered with other players' bodies. Great. But I safely found myself a solo dungeon, praying that nobody else would come in, and actually I was really surprised at the fame I was acquiring. The multipliers for being in a red zone are not quite as good as a black zone, but this was already leveling up my equipment at a much faster rate. Afterwards, I did a little bit more open world farming in the red zone, but honestly, nobody really came up to me. You can always check the minimap and it will show you how many other hostile players are in the area, and I was safe. I mean, I was stressed the entire time, but I really expected that I would be shot down within the first few minutes of being out there. And that wasn't really the case. I wasn't sure if I just got lucky or maybe I was just being a little too paranoid. I decided to work on gathering for a while in yellow zones in order to calm down a bit and hopefully make some money. I went up to the mountain biome in order to level up my mining as well as gathering, and I even ended up getting all of my skills to tier 3. Which actually took quite a while. And that's when I realized just how many more hours were ahead of me in order to get to tier 4. Which is exactly why I decided to purchase Premium. You can actually purchase Premium for just 1 week for about $5, so that's what I decided to do. Because really what I wanted was the learning points. You get 500 just for purchasing it one time. And those would come in super handy later on when it came to my gathering skills, because I would only have to level them up 20% of the way. Also, something I forgot to mention is as a premium member, you get access to a personal island. We'll touch on that in a bit. At this point in my playtime, I was positively all over the place. Gathering here, learning about fishing there, back into the red zone for a bit, back to gathering. I actually did end up getting all of my gathering to tier 4, only to realize I'm going to need about 30,000 fame in each, just to reach the learning point of the way to tier 5. And then, well, I did purchase my island. Islands are player-owned areas in which you can create farms. You can farm different vegetables or herbs, which can be used to create food or potions. You can breed animals, make various workshops, all kinds of things. However, farming here can actually generate you some passive silver while you play, so that's what I decided to work towards first. I planted some carrots, and in about 22 hours, they should be finished and ready to harvest, which I could sell for a profit. You can also upgrade and expand your island up to 6 times to allow for more plots and things you can place there, but it's not cheap to do so. Especially as a new player, it cost me almost 500,000 silver just for the very first upgrade. I found my first epic mist, and unfortunately my gathering skills were still a little too low level to actually gather most of the epic resources that were inside of it. However, I did come across a chest, and unfortunately it was only common rarity. Not bad loot though. And another time while venturing in a red zone, I found my first mist while in a red zone, meaning it's a black zone mist. And really, this is my first time ever entering a black zone. And oh my god, the fame is addicting. Just thousands upon thousands of combat fame every time you defeat an enemy. These quickly became my new favorite way to train any new items. While I was in these black mists, I actually came across my first Nightfall Abbey, widely considered to be a pretty good moneymaker, especially for solo players. It's a randomly spawning location that can only spawn in mists, and it's chock full of enemies, but every time you clear a room, you have a chance to either get a chest full of loot or a buff to continue on in the Abbey. The first chest that I found was worth 80k, which isn't insane, but it's the biggest I've ever received, so I made it out of there as fast as I could. I narrowly escaped an encounter with another PvPer in the mists, and I realized that I really had no confidence in my build. I felt like it was time to try something new. So I bought a few different types of weapons to try them out, including a spear, a sword, but really, everything changed when I found the Fire Staff. The abilities felt really good to use. Lots of damage, lots of AoE, it was pretty bursty. I got my Fire Staff to tier 4, and then I also learned about enchanting my gear. The current armor that I was using was tier 6 at this point, but using those runes that I had got earlier to enchant it actually increases its power by quite a bit. The little diamonds in the bottom of each piece of gear will indicate how many times it's been enchanted. When people talk about enchanted gear in Albion, they will call it, for example, 6.1 or 6.2, indicating its tier and its enchantment. With my new Fire Staff and upgraded gear, I found myself in yet another corrupted dungeon. Just a yellow one, of course, as there is no way I was risking my best and most expensive items currently, but the Fire Staff came through. My first successful win against another player in Albion. This was an amazing moment for me. And I actually did get a bit of loot, because although you don't get your enemy's items in a yellow corrupted dungeon, you do get a bit of the loot that they acquired from being in that dungeon. I was on top of the world. I started participating in ranked PvP, and I was dominating left and right. The Fire Staff build was so good. When you rank up from Arena, you actually get a chest as a reward. So for getting to Iron 2, I received a chest that gave me a cosmetic decoration that I could put on my island. Pretty cool. I spent the rest of the evening teaching my 2-year-old son how to gather for me, so that anytime I hop on, I could focus on doing something that's actually fun. Unfortunately, he's a bit of a slow learner. But finally, it was time to meet up with some friends and see how Albion feels when you have others to play with and potentially PvP with. He hasn't played Albion in over a year, and we both have an almost identical amount of playtime. We decided let's purchase some gear that we don't mind losing, and like complete idiots, let's head directly to a red zone and toggle PvP. Bad move. It turns out when you toggle PvP in one of these zones, many people will start following you and waiting for an opportune moment to attack you. My quote-unquote friend quickly ran away, and I lost all my things. Not really though, as I just brought out the tier 5 gear that I was willing to lose, so I lost maybe 50 to 75,000 silver in total. Afterwards, we decided, okay, let's try a group dungeon. We started out as a team of 2, but we made a few friends along the way who decided to join us. It was actually a lot of fun, and without a healer, we wiped on the final boss a couple of times, but as they say, uno mas, and well, we got pretty mediocre loot, but it was a ton of fun. While I was showing my friend how the Black Zone mists work, as they didn't exist when he last played, I actually achieved Elder Reaver, which is the max Reaver level, meaning that I can potentially go into and fight monsters in tier 8 zones. Another one of my friends hopped on afterwards, and the 3 of us decided to attempt faction warfare. Yet another form of PvP where you can sign up to be a part of a faction of one of the main cities, and you can capture different points of interest that are out in the open world. Generally, I think you want a massive group to do this with, but the 3 of us were confident and stupid, and then not confident, so we ran away. Later on, I tried some 2v2 Hellgates. They're really similar to Corrupted Dungeons, except they're just meant for more players. We lost our first one, and then we lost another, but eventually we got a win, and it felt amazing. Playing solo is a fantastic experience on Albion, but playing with friends can genuinely elevate your fun per hour to a whole new level. There's already so much player-to-player interaction that exists, so once you add some of your own friends to the mix, Albion really stands apart from a lot of other games. At this point in time, I have nearly 100 hours of gameplay. I ended up receiving this tier 8 Elder Bow as loot in a yellow zone abbey funnily enough, and I sold it for 200,000 silver. I finally had enough money to upgrade all of my armor to tier 7, and I even got some enchantments on them. Me and my friends continued doing arena, and I got up to the rank of bronze 2. And I think now is as good enough time as ever to give you my final thoughts on Albion in the year 2024. So, first of all, I would like to say I was apprehensive about Albion and even making this video as a whole. Progress in this game is very different to other MMOs. You don't quest, you don't level up your character, you definitely don't follow a linear path in any way, shape, or form. You just do what you want, because obviously it's a sandbox game at its core. But then throw the full loot PvP and the open world element on top of it, well, I was actually kind of worried to play this game. In a sense, I was worried that I would be so completely awful that any sort of progress I would make would be completely taken away from me whenever a group of players randomly decided to attack me. But that's not really the case with Albion. You take what you're willing to lose. The old philosophy from the RuneScape wilderness exists here as well, except that the wilderness just makes up a much larger part of the map in Albion. However, Albion taught me a very important lesson. There is fun to be found in the thrill of an online game. Albion does risk versus reward better than any other game I've ever played. It is drastically beneficial for you to put yourself in the most dangerous parts of the map, because the rewards are multiple times better. Dying and losing your stuff feels bad for sure, but in Albion you are immediately rewarded for getting back up and going back out to rebuild. There's no time to sit and wallow and be sad about what you just lost. All you can do is get back up and go do more things. Albion also does an excellent job of catering to a multiplayer environment, especially concerning PvP, while also having options available for single players as well. Corrupted dungeons are so much fun and will only ever put you into 1 versus 1 situations. The same with the majority of the myths. I didn't even really get to try any of the actual faction warfare or some of the massive battles that people have on these servers, but I'm sure those are exceptionally fun as well. There's fairly minimal pay to win, though it does exist. You can buy silver with real life money, and then you could spend that silver on tomes to acquire fame. I would say it's most similar to old school RuneScape in terms of its monetization strategy. However, if I had to come up with a couple of complaints, one, I wish that the ranked arena matchmaking was a little better. I was constantly facing players who had more fame than my entire team combined. I also wish that there was a way to slowly acquire more learning points through playing the game, because it essentially time gates you from training certain skills due to it being inefficient to use your learning points elsewhere. And finally, I guess I wish they would release this game on console as well, as I assume it would do really well. It would add more players to the game, and I think it's such a simple game that will translate really well to controller. But with all that being said, what I'm trying to say is that if you, like me, think that you probably dislike PvP games, and you haven't tried too many of them before, I genuinely think you should at least give Albion a chance. The fun I've had playing this game over the last little bit has far outstripped the fun I've found in other MMOs, though it's for a much different reason. With Albion, I was just simply excited to log in and see what the hell is gonna happen, because every day, every moment can be different. You might go into a yellow zone and see 30 hostile players. It happens. Or you might go into a black zone and not see anyone for over 2 hours. It has such a unique community feel, from the grindiness and gathering to the potential for unique forms of money making. The community forms these sort of trade secrets that they aren't willing to share. Information is not just freely given in Albion as it is in other games, because it's inherently more competitive due to the nature of it. People actually have something to lose by giving you information. It's been a totally unique and super fun experience, and now Albion is easily sitting in my top few games, which I plan on rotating between. Anyway folks, a massive thanks for tuning in and making it to the end of the video. As always, a like, a comment, a subscription, those help a bunch. And if you really enjoyed the video, consider becoming a channel member. But anyway, I will catch you all in the next one. Later.
Good video. Yeah. think it's because of this. We got too much things going on. Hold up. Dude, what? What is happening? Do not kill monster chasing partner. Voice. It's not going down. It's gonna slow down my farm. Yeah, it's gonna slow down my farming. Kick Call of Duty? Thanks for the follow, man. There's a third one? Damn. Only got two. Damn, I'm not getting any drops now. Shit. It's going off. Hate that shit, man. Damn, I'm way back. I'm way back again. 1,000. Shit, I should have. Yep, I should have. Increasing my weight. Oh, where's the bow? I'm like in my third one. Fort! Fort, fort! This boats. Dude, where are the freaking... I'm like in my third one. This sucks, dude. Ah, there it is. My third one. Finally. Yes. All right. Need a fourth one. Reddit is the dead internet. What?
Hey guys, welcome back to Clownfish TV. This is Neon. I am here with Geeky Sparkles.
Hello.
And oh my god, it's full of bots. We're going to talk about Reddit. Apparently there was an experiment done just to see how gullible Redditors are. And they created some bots, and it turns out that, yeah, they actually changed the minds of people with bots, and then that opened up a whole discussion about how much of Reddit is actually bots.
Well, a couple
Dead
things
internet.
here. One, Twitter, well, now X was full of bots too. And
Yes.
I mean, that's running. Everybody knew that. We all thought like Musk was overpaying. But two, my next concern is, doesn't Reddit have a deal with Google to train their AI as news? And if they're
Yes.
deliberately giving misinformation, and enough so that they're having this many comments and it change people's minds because they were engaging with it, how much of that could possibly end up being listed as fact when it was just misinformation to try to manipulate an experiment?
I know for a fact that I've looked things up on Google. Now they have the AI snippet, and they've actually cited Reddit misinformation, like verified, like a very easy non-Google search could tell you the truth about a certain thing, and because they're picking up from Redditors, like they're treating every random Redditor like they're a freaking Pulitzer Prize winning journalist.
Right, which is what I'm saying, because like if they're deliberately, if we know it has come out, because they had to put their paper out, right?
Right.
So if they did this and they put the paper out showing, and they showed the accounts and showing what they said, which I don't have that information in front of me, but I would assume though that since they changed so many people's minds and because they made so many posts, that it's very possible that Google could have picked them up as a
Yes.
credible source with stuff they said they knew was misinformation when they put it up there.
Yeah, so we're gonna talk about this. They actually have some numbers here, and they show you what went down. But I mean, it's pretty scary. I mean, again, we know this happens. We know Twitter was completely compromised. With,
Oh yeah,
with
that's why
bots.
I was surprised. Musk was surprised. I was like, everybody knew that Twitter was half bots at least.
Yeah, and the other half of Reddit, if it's not bots, probably Fed agents. Because I was shocked at how many federal agents were using Redditor, or they were Redditors. Because during the Doge purge, they were like some of the busiest threads on Reddit were federal employee threads, and I was like, oh my
Great.
god, like they have time to go out to Reddit and use
Well, that's because a lot of people use Reddit and they're trying to control the narrative, and
Right.
and it's very easily manipulated, at least by this study. It sounds like.
So let's talk about it. Before we get into it any further, please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants. Guys, you'll get a woohoo if you do.
Woohoo!
This is coming from Reddit Lies on, ironically enough, Reddit Lies on X, breaking the University of Zurich has been using AI bots to secretly manipulate Redditors since November of 2024. The scariest part, the bots were 6 times more likely to change the minds of Redditors than the baseline, often by leveraging misinformation.
Great.
Yeah, so this is coming from Change My View. Meta unauthorized experiment on Change My View involving AI generated comments. It said the mod team needs to inform the community about the unauthorized experiment conducted by researchers from the University of Zurich on our users. This experiment deployed AI generated comments to study how AI could be used to change views. Why aren't you vetting your users better, mods?
Well, you can't vet everyone. I mean, it's
You can't
impossible.
vet everybody.
And then everybody
Yeah.
has alt accounts and stuff too. So
Our rules do not allow the use of undisclosed AI-generated content or bots on our subreddit. The researchers did not contact us ahead of the study, and if they had, we would have declined. Well, that's why they didn't contact you. We have requested an apology from the researchers and asked that this research not be published, among other complaints. As discussed below, our concerns have not been substantively addressed by the University of Zurich.
well, they're not going to not publish it because that's the whole point of why they did it. They're going to. Did they publish it?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course they're
Yeah.
not going to. They're not going to not publish it. They spent years doing it. They're not going to just not publish it.
The paper titled "Can AI Change Your View?" details the process research
There it
at the
is.
University of Zurich used to make AI interact on Reddit. It was done in secret without informing the users or the moderators. 2 days
Well, of course,
ago.
because you're not going to get an accurate outcome if people are aware that it's happening. They're not going to let you for one, and it's going to skew the results clearly.
Absolutely. Like, hey, can we? Yeah, we're gonna do a psychological test on you, and we're
Reddit?
gonna tell you ahead of time what the correct answer. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, it doesn't work that way.
I mean, if you can do it for TV shows, what was that one? What would you do? Was that what it was?
Oh yeah. Squeaking loved that show.
Like, I'm surprised. I'm sure they've gotten sued, but I could totally see people suing them for being like, yeah, one, I didn't, agree to being used as a freaking prop in your show, but you also manipulated me.
They probably signed something. I don't think they could just use them without it. Anyway,
I don't
continue.
know. 2 days ago, the mods of the subreddit Change My View revealed the study and released usernames of 13 bots who had been created by the study. I queried my server for the usernames and found over the course of just a few months, the bots had written close to 1,500 comments.
Yeah.
Over 100 Redditors awarded deltas to these users, suggesting the AI-generated arguments changing their minds. This is 6 times higher than the baseline. How are they effective? Before replying, another bot stalked the post history of the target, learned about them and their beliefs, and then crafted responses that would perfectly one-shot them.
Well, that makes sense, though. I mean, normal person probably wouldn't have the time to do all that, but a bot could. And that's what's the thing for, like, we already know that misinformation is very prevalent. We already know from other things that there have been other countries and other people that have gone out of their way to try to manipulate and change people's views on things. If you have an AI going through your entire chat history in, like, a matter of minutes, it would be very easy to manipulate you.
Yeah, and we know, I mean, before the advent of AI, that there were some hardcore stalkers out there. That they would go out and they would
But
basically.
it would take them a lot longer to
It would take
do
them a lot
so.
longer. They would have to compile some whatever. Now the AI can do it in minutes, probably. Just like go through and be like, oh, this is what they believe. Okay, let's go find a
the
counter
fourth
argument.
one.
And we've got
Nice.
the entire world's repository of knowledge at our disposal, so we can easily find a way to refute pretty much anything. And that's what they did. This resulted in bots utilizing common progressive misinformation in their arguments. Bots can be found claiming the pro-life movement is about punishing consensual sex, demonizing Elon Musk and lying about Tesla, claiming abortion rates are already low. So they're not using Grok, I guess.
No, but it's interesting because I've heard some arguments made for some things that, just like you said, a simple search would show you that wasn't true, and people were like adamant about it, and they probably got it from Reddit.
So the bots are arguing Christianity preaches violence against LGBT people. The Industrial Revolution only increased wealth inequality. So the bots are commies. They're commie bots.
No, they said progressive viewpoints.
Yeah.
So the bots were deliberately going out there to use progressive viewpoints against people on Reddit, which is funny because I would have thought it would have been the other way around.
Right,
being
right.
Reddit, but you know.
Society has outgrown Christianity. Furthermore, the bots were hallucinating frequently. They tend to do that. In the context of this experiment, this means the bots were directly lying to users. The bots claim to be rape victims, a white woman in an almost all-black office, a hard-working city government employee. This reminds me of Facebook with their chat, and they weren't telling people that they were interacting with fake people.
Yeah.
And that's, so that's the thing. Like, people are like, my favorite bot comments, I see them all the time. I see them in our comment section too. And they're like,
yes.
I used to be a fan of yours, but now I am not because you did. Don't you agree, people, that they're horrible people now? Because
they said, because you did this, and it's like, yes, but if you were a fan, we've said that for years.
There are tells, but basically it comes down to people just trusting at face value who is on Reddit. And look, people make fun of Reddit all the time because you see these like, am I the asshole or whatever, and the stories are so ridiculous. They're like, there's no way anybody actually, did this.
They're clearly fake. Like a lot of these stories, I see them. I don't even use Reddit because they're just so clearly fake a lot of times, and I just found so many problems with it. That's why I was very concerned when you had told me that Google was supposed to be using Reddit to train their AI, because I was like, but that's not. We already have enough problems in the news, right? The actual journalists out there.
Yeah.
Why the hell would you go to a platform like Reddit, which is a social media platform? That'd be like training your stuff on Twitter or training it on Facebook or something. It never made sense to me why you would take that as, like you said, gospel. It's so easy to manipulate. It's at least it's a limited data set with the journalists and stuff. You're talking like unlimited, things that could happen, and you're taking it as truth.
Well,
like
here,
glue your cheese to your pizza.
Yeah, right. And I've seen they talk about the recipes and stuff, and it does hallucinate. Like
it does.
If you've used AI before to distill articles or whatever, it will literally just like make up quotes and shit. It depends on what you're using, but like ChatGPT especially is just like making up quotes. It's like that is.
Well, that's the problem. Like Squicking was talking about, because he's in college, he's wrapping up some stuff, and there are a lot of people in his group that are just using ChatGPT to write everything.
Yeah.
And a couple things they run into is, well, one, it hallucinates, and they're giving fake data that isn't even true. Another thing that he thought was funny was people get up there to read their report that they supposedly quote unquote wrote, and they can't even read half the words. And it's like, but you supposedly wrote that. And so, but it's not, it's a tool to get some information, but it's not a final product.
Right.
And people keep using it as a final product, but it totally hallucinates quotes. It totally hallucinates information and makes up data that is not true. You really got to watch it, and you got to make sure you tell it fact-based only. Here's the sources, that kind of stuff. It will totally make up shit, and I guarantee it was doing it on Reddit. Well, they said it was.
Yeah, well, they're talking about Reddit going up because they had the OpenAI deal and they had the Google deal. Reddit Live says the most terrifying part about this is how well these bots fit into Reddit. They're almost entirely undetectable, likely because Reddit is a huge source of AI training data. This means modern AIs are natural Reddit experts capable of perfectly fitting in on the site. So it's terrifying because it confirms AI bots are incredibly hard to detect, especially on Reddit. AI will blatantly lie to further its goals.
Yes.
AI can be incredibly persuasive to Redditors.
I don't understand why this is shocking.
It's easier now. There always were bots. There always were social media companies out there trying to, false flag people, and there'd be false flagging campaigns, whatever. There usually were some tells. It's getting harder. But the thing is, they weren't aware, right? They weren't able to learn.
Say, this case, the one thing that they're outraged about, and that's the only thing I can understand, is that it wasn't disclosed. Like if you're going to run a test, you're supposed to tell people. You need to tell people. Like Google using it training AI, they were aware that Google was doing it. It wasn't like they just did it and didn't tell them.
Yeah. It's a lot bigger than this one subreddit. Rettlive says, yeah, it's true.
Yes.
And they're gonna, Elon Musk is like, yikes. Well, they ran into this, and the thing is, Reddit is going to allow it anyway because traffic is traffic, interaction is interaction, and ad revenue is ad revenue. And they're totally. This is why, people talk about the dead internet theory because these social media companies, especially, they're going to allow this traffic because they want as much ad revenue as they can get, and they don't care how they get it, but. The algorithm of a lot of these platforms, Twitter was one of the biggest perps of this. Same with Facebook. It's like, why is everybody so hostile on social media? I'm like, because normally you would kind of be with like your own group, your own tribe, and you would not interact with other people that were diametrically opposed to you. But then they realized there's good money in that. So you throw
you're
somebody.
Gonna keep reacting.
Exactly. You throw somebody in front of the bus and they can't stop replying, and you figure out, probably using AI now, like, oh, this person can't shut up. Cool. We're gonna make them have an interaction with this other person over here so we can monetize the fireworks.
Right, we can get more ads. Well, I know like some different websites in general. That's the whole point. I see it on X, I see it on Facebook. I don't go to Reddit that much because I knew this stuff was going on. But if you see the stuff at those places, they deliberately engagement farm. Like they will deliberately pick topics that are extremely inflammatory or things that are going to trigger people. Like the one Disney site on Facebook keeps putting up Rachel Zegler. One day they're like, she's terrible. And then like 2 hours later, they're like, she is the queen, get over it. Or she's the new princess, get over it. And stuff like that. Because they know people are going to react. And I've been saying, they're just doing this to try to get you to comment. Don't give them what they want.
And click is a click.
Doing it.
A view is a view. It doesn't matter who's viewing
ad
it.
revenue is ad revenue.
Ad revenue is ad revenue, and they're going to get more and more desperate. It's because it's just. I mean, you can see it again with websites, especially. You can see it because the ad revenue is declining. But then we've also got Google curating it based on AI training. I mean, the whole thing is collapsing. Like all of this shit's collapsing, and. Even X, there's a bunch of bots on X too. I mean, I know they've gotten rid of a bunch, but you can tell, you can see them. You can, especially like in the comments when you've got somebody going around like every account of like a certain group of people saying effectively the same thing over and over and over and over again, or some variation of it. So,
but it's not new. The bots have been like on Twitter for forever. Like I used to track that crap for years. Nothing's new. It's just different and more advanced on how they deploy them, especially with Reddit. So we're gonna wrap this up.
Yeah, we're gonna wrap it up.
So again, don't believe everything you read on Reddit. Do your basic due diligence and look it up. If it's something that you think is really, really important, go find out for a fact. See if it's true, but don't use Google because they probably cited Reddit.
Probably. So, all right. Please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants. We'll talk later.
Bye.
Why AA Gaming has no talent left.
Learning from layoffs in the AAA gaming industry. Yeah, that sounds like something that is not gonna happen. Also, let's be real. In the modern day, gaming is primarily business. It is no longer the thing that was made by people with passion. Now, even though that's kind of technically being brought back nowadays with things like Baldur's Gate 3, Helldivers to a degree, not Helldivers 2 now. Obviously, Blade Obscure, Expedition 33 is currently popping off, and well, many other games are winning, and those are the games that have passion behind them. But the gaming industry still in general is a business, and in a business, there is not a lot of hesitation to let go of people who are no longer necessary.
Layoffs used to be a last-ditch effort to save a studio. Game companies would find that they could no longer pay salary, and so they'd slim down their team and try to make it until they could find new financing. Now they seem to be a trend, they seem to be accelerating, and it's heartbreaking because there is a real human cost for doing layoffs. It's one of the most destructive things you can do to a team.
So one of the things that has massively changed from this aspect, by the way, is the fact that a lot of game companies that were previously, well, they had to actually kind of survive like that to a degree almost, because that was routine for them to try and find someone who will invest in them so they have money to continue doing things. Nowadays, every company worth something is honestly owned by some kind of big multi-billion-dollar corporation. Microsoft owns a lot of things, Sony owns a lot of things, and, well, even other things that are less well-known but still kind of big. The big players in the AAA industry actually own a lot of indie devs and so on. So it's no longer about trying to survive until the next person who's going to give you money so you can continue doing what you are doing. It's, okay, our owner needs to see numbers that are not eating into the profits too much and things like that. So layoffs are just a budgetary tool, more or less in this case, nothing else.
And the worst part is that it doesn't have to be this way. If game leaders start managing their content production, their teams, and their costs, the industry could return to a stable place where layoffs are the exception, not the rule. For context, it helps if you understand a little bit about the stages of development to understand what one of the key problems is here. Simply put, there are 3 phases of production. The first is pre-production. This is where you're figuring out what the game is. You have ideas and you're trying to translate them into plans that can be built.
Okay, be smart. We have heard word before.
You need to be small and agile. You can't have a large team working on the game during pre-production. You can't, because it slows you.
Bro, think about it. Oh, by the way, but I think about it. How many times have we heard about AAA games that have been scrapped and remade like multiple times at this point? What was the BioWare game with mechs? You know, but the mech suit's called. I forget always what it's called, but that thing. That thing was scrapped and remade into a different version like 5 times or something. That is insane, okay? And in the movie industry, this currently is pretty normal. You hear about a big show, and then you hear about it having like 4 separate reshoots because reasons, and it's still a complete pile of shit.
Nice.
Down too much.
Now I'm in production. We'll need to double up the staff of this company within the next 12 months to be able to make a game of this size.
Once you move into production, you need a lot more people. This is where all the artists and designers join the team full-time and start cranking out content. It's easy for things to go off track because communication has to scale and it's a long phase of development. Eventually, you get through, almost all of the code is done, almost all of the content, and guess what? It's time to slim the team down.
I wonder what she actually means by communication needs to be scaled. Is she in a general sense, or because there's 2 ways to look at it? I mean, it doesn't really matter too much, but it would be an interesting discussion in depth.
Down again.
They're draw on a whiteboard a plane that's on fire, and then the analogy is you've got to land, right? Like,
When you're shipping and finalizing a build, pushing it out is very difficult. It's easy to break things, so you don't want a lot of people touching the code. You lock it down and only a small number of people make changes.
you've got to eventually get light and land that sucker.
And this is one of the age-old problems in game development, and it's gotten worse because the teams have gotten big. What do you do with all of these people that you no longer need on the product at the end and beginning of the game? During the ship phase, most of the team rolls off, and in the short term, they typically rest, they take some time off, they come into the office a little later and leave a little earlier. But that downtime doesn't last forever. Soon the team is eager to get back to creating. Talented artists want...
Now, granted, this all sounds fine and dandy, but the reality of most situations is... this is what I have heard from multiple developers. I have heard so many stories on YouTube, in a lot of places, that, you know, and it involves obviously crunch. Effectively, what happens in the first like 60-70% of the time that you have in development, everyone's just fucking around and doing absolutely nothing. And then the crunch needs to start because you need to finish. That's how a lot of development happens, because when you have so much time, when it's literally, when the timeline is, oh, this thing needs to be done in 4 years, of course you're laying back, of course you're kicking back and doing not that much and just, you know, trying to see who you're gonna try and cheat on your wife with in the office. It's just normal stuff. And then, you know, a year passes, 2 years pass, and now, well, shit, suddenly half the game needs to be finished and you're only 10% done. There are so many stories about game development literally being pretty much exact that, even if not honestly first. And again, you hear this in AAA, you hear this in a lot of places. And that is the problem with having a lot of people working in general on anything, not even gaming, and just in general. Because if you're doing something and you need to run that by another person or need something from someone else, well, now your time is being taken up by them. And maybe they're not even looking into your problem.
Want to make art. They don't want to hang out in the office all day doing nothing. When you ship, it's a perfect time for your competitors to steal your best artists, and they will. Passionate creators need to create, so one option companies take is to have everyone work on
LOL artist.
downloadable content. The team that is rolled off the game can work on new maps, levels, weapons, skins, items that can be shipped later that fans will enjoy, and that might bring in a little additional money to keep the studio afloat. I know in recent years, many gamers have gotten upset about downloadable content because they feel like it should be shipped with the game. But
Well, yeah, obviously.
the reality is that it's often not ready. If hooking it up and making it available will destabilize the shipping build, developers aren't going to do it. They'll get the game out.
Yes, that's a this is a reasonable take until you think about it, because wait, you're telling me these people are making this game that's not finished and it needs to be polished, but they're already making the DLC? Why? If it's not, you see the problem that occurs? Why are you doing the future when the now needs to be done? Why aren't you polishing games? Why is there gonna be a day one 250 gigabyte patch because reasons? Why?
And then they'll ship this additional content later. Another option is to move the artist to another game in the studio, one that is moved into production. This is why it's desirable to have multiple games in different stages of development. Obsidian was already working on Outer Worlds 2 when Avowed shipped. They had a place to land their team. If a studio doesn't...
Avowed was trash and is trash, and Outer Worlds 2 is gonna be, you guessed it, complete trash.
have a second game, they can also take on work from another studio. And you see this happening a lot. They essentially get paid to have their people working on someone else's game while they finish up their own. For example, Crystal Dynamics is currently working on a new Tomb Raider and co-developing a reboot of Perfect Dark with the Xbox studio called The Initiative.
I was gonna talk about Perfect Dark. I was shuddering thinking about this image. Yeah, that's Perfect Dark for you. The Karen simulator, okay? She has one goal, and it is to find the manager. What manager of everything, okay? Where there's a manager, she is searching for it. This is just holy shit, okay? She is gonna blame you for parking in the handicapped spot, and then she's gonna park there herself. It's just the world we live in.
Crystal did recently announce a layoff, but it was much smaller than it would have been if they weren't working on multiple projects. Some studios will hire contractors to bulk up the team. Since they know they don't need them long term, they only hire them for a few months and then let them go after the project is done. Microsoft used to do this with testing. They were co-located with the team, and it was a really great pipeline for hiring because if you were a great tester, you would get hired. Another popular option is outsourcing. There are large outsourcing companies that will help you with all different aspects of game development. It's pretty amazing. And oftentimes, they can operate more cheaply than the game studio does. For example, with Virtuous, you can see a long list of titles they've worked on, including Stellar Blade and Call of Duty. And there are many more possible partners. This can allow a team to stay smaller and keep their costs down. Hiring generalists is another strategy. Of course, there are also many famous one-man band games. Games like Stardew Valley and the recent Schedule 1, where everything was primarily done by one person. But on bigger games, they have more specialists, and specialists can't move around easily. Some studios focus on hiring.
Well, yeah, that's why they're called specialists.
Training more generalists, which gives the team more flexibility. Studios can use some of the downtime to help improve their team members and invest in their skills. But this requires knowing the team. And this brings me to the second thing I see studios struggling with: managing their people. Look, making a game with your friends is a lot of fun. It is one of the best jobs in the world. But it is still a business, and you have to run it that way. And it's a hard business.
Everything that you go with friends into business, they're no longer your friend. That's just the reality of it. It always turns into an employer-employee relationship. That's just the world.
People don't have to give you money. You're singing for your supper. If they don't like what you make, they can just not buy it. And that means you have to be even better at managing the studio and managing the team. To be blunt, I think a lot of studio leaders have become cowardly and lazy. It's part of why we see layoffs accelerating. Leaders aren't doing the hard things anymore. Look, I get it. I don't like dealing with toxic people. Who does? Nobody wants to do it. Nobody wants to deal with them. But guess what? The leader has to do it because that's what you're getting paid to do. And if you don't do it, it's not going to get better. This is most true with toxic people because they're abusive. If a leader doesn't curb that abusiveness and do something about it, it's not like they improve. They don't suddenly come to their senses and go, wow,
That's the most based opinion we have had ever. Because this boils down to, hey, shitty people deserve to be punished because they're not gonna stop being shitty if you reward their shittiness. Holy! Okay, now we're cooking.
Kind of being a jerk. I think I'll stop doing that. It never happens. They just keep being abusive. It only gets worse. There is no easy path. You either deal with the person or you lose your talent. Because your best people, they don't have to put up with the abuse. They can find other jobs, and they will. Typically, when you let someone go...
Unless you emotionally manipulate them and force them to stay with you, there's a solution for everything.
Go from a company, you don't talk about why they're being let go. But I have never seen a time when a team revolted after a toxic person or someone who wasn't performing was let go. It didn't happen because they already knew. Leaders walk around thinking somehow people don't know that this person isn't getting their job done or they're being kind of an asshole in hallways. It's not a secret because they have to deal with these people every day. And it's incredibly frustrating to them. In fact, a lot of times managers and leaders wait.
This is what this is my story about that. Well, it's not a story, but it's just, this is literally every single person who thinks their manager is stupid and doesn't understand what's happening. No, your manager just thinks that you are a fucking waste of oxygen that does not that has absolutely no means of existing. The only reason you're not fired by your dumb manager is because because you're doing a slob job, but it's good enough for the situation, and replacing you would be more annoying. Okay? This is like 9 out of 10 situations where someone thinks, oh, my manager is an idiot who doesn't understand anything that's happening here.
Alright,
Sometimes it's
I'm done with
true,
this shit.
but then it's blatantly true, and everyone knows that, okay? And you're not the only one who's saying, my manager is stupid. No, no, no. Your manager just doesn't think that you should even be alive. That's because you have no absolute worth. You're trash. So you don't deserve interactions.
So long that their best talent is already out interviewing because they've lost faith. If you're already having regular check-ins with people, you're collecting data on how they're doing, you're talking to their peers, you're giving them feedback, you're having performance reviews. If you're doing all of this, you already have all the data you need to manage people who are not performing out. And this is why I'm saying leaders are lazy, because you already have to do this in order to retain your talent. You need data on how people are doing so that you can recognize them and reward them. If this sounds harsh, you probably shouldn't lead, because dealing with people that aren't doing great work is the job. And look, I'm not saying you aren't going to give people a chance. You absolutely should. That's the whole point of the regular feedback. If they've been a great performer and they're suddenly not doing so well, you need to figure out why that is, and you need to try to help them get back on track. You shouldn't toss someone out
They'll figure it out. Give them a week.
at the first sign of trouble. It's expensive to hire and train new people, so you should be investing in your team, their skills, and their success. That said, it's also expensive to carry a person that can't do their job, and it can't go on forever. You can't have one person dragging down the entire team because you only have so much runway. And this gets to the third point. You have to manage costs. You need to spend your money wisely. The cost of making a game is not fixed. It can be managed like any other business. The key is to think about what the studio needs first. Obviously, they need a place to work, either office or home. They need good computers, monitors, they need a desk, and most importantly, a comfortable, ergonomic chair. If you're going to have people sitting all day working on art or code or design, they need to not mess up their back. So comfy chairs are important.
Oh, I thought this is an ad out. No, but okay.
Of course, if you do have an office, there will need to be whiteboards, meeting spaces, some sort of kitchen, and of course, bathrooms. After that, everything else is optional. And oftentimes, the optional items don't get used. Every studio has some kind of item like a foosball table or a pinball game sitting unused in the corner because it was too loud and distracted everyone that was trying to do work. In my experience, the key talent doesn't have time.
I mean, tell that to, like, fucking Microsoft or any Silicon Valley company, okay? Man, I love those videos where women in the tech industry get to talk about their day. I come in late 5 hours, and then I go get a mocha mate latte, and then I do nothing, and then I have a brunch, and then I go home. Like, did you even do work? And what? And you're getting paid $200K a year? What? What kind of work are you? Did you? I want to be paid $200K for eating a mocha latte, Fape. What? Please.
Or any desire to do anything except make their game.
What?
And when they are done for the day, they want to go out and spend time with their family, their friends, or even work on a pet project. This is a little secret about the games industry that I found, that the best engineers and designers were always working on a pet project in their free time, because doing that work was the core of who they were. It was in the fabric of their being.
Abuse that.
Same was true of key talent working in big tech companies.
Right in the heart of Silicon Valley, Facebook is
Okay.
cooking up a big new project to expand its Menlo Park campus into what can only be described as a fully fledged town.
The campus was crazy. They had massive amounts of overspending in all sorts of areas. Any kind of food you wanted, ice cream, it was nice. But the worst
When is your company going too far?
Dude,
When you have a
I
beanbag.
can't even get it.
part about it
That's
is that it attracted the exact wrong kind of employee. Why would you want to attract talent
Oh Jesus, she's gonna destroy the hipster.
No way this is gonna break.
that wants to spend the day working in the
Okay.
woodworking shop instead of making Instagram great? The people who had time to spend in the Facebook woodworking shop each day were by definition not key talent.
Come on.
And I can assure you, these people were also the ones complaining about work-life balance and how they
Damn.
were always at work. After providing what is needed for getting
Wait, they seriously had a woodworking shop? Holy shit, look at that. There's a vacuum hose already attached to the saw. Oh, that's expensive.
the game done, then you have things like health insurance, vacation time, things that are must-haves but also can be scaled based on your budget and the culture you want to create in the studio.
One of the most higher up people in the offices are the first things you see when you walk in.
It kind of cements home the overall theme where it's like, hey, it's in Chicago, not exactly the hotbed of game development these days. It's just some good old-fashioned Midwestern humility going on down there. It's focused, it's not glitzy, it's not glamorous.
Wait,
You gotta be kidding me,
about
man.
Warner Brother Games? Shit. They couldn't make a game if their life depended
No
on it.
way.
But they love their past and they're good at what they do.
Games have always been a challenge.
This Mortal Kombat? Who the hell owns Mortal Kombat, by the way? I don't even know.
Because
Wait, who owns any of the fighting games? I don't even know.
even when you do everything right, you can still fail. Even when your heart's in the right place, you listen to the customer and you actually make something gamers want to play, you can still lose.
Ha, the gamers don't even understand what they want in life.
Oh, none?
That was mommy.
Oh
I mean,
my gosh,
that
dude.
was Laura Freyer. 10 out of 10. Have a nice day.
Oh,
Bye.
broke. Not a single one. That is crazy. Alright. We'll take a break. A little bit. We chill. Why gaming doesn't feel the same anymore.
A common reoccurring thing you'll hear from old people is the constant comparisons of what we have now to what they had in their day. The new generation is somehow worse, the cars aren't built as well, the food isn't made as well, and the
Dude, look at that
movie
car,
than in their
man.
day. The new generation is somehow worse, the cars aren't built.
Look at that. Damn. Look at that car. NSX, man. Dude, not a single one. Fuck. That was so bad.
As well, the food isn't made as well, and the movies just suck now. But to a modern generation, it's always quite the opposite. You look at the shit that existed before you were born, and it's always just shocking people even enjoyed being alive back then. This phenomenon is quite the debate within the gaming community. Are games just not made with the same heart they used to, or maybe I'm just too old to enjoy them now? I personally think there's a lot of merit to both of these statements, and to be honest, I'm sure if you clicked on this video, you do too. I think it's time we all take an objective look at gaming without the lens of nostalgia to figure out why gaming just doesn't feel the same anymore. Now, I think to start dissecting this question, it's more important to define the overarching history of gaming in general. Now, I've made this pretty little timeline for all of us to look at here, and I'd separate gaming into two distinct eras, the pre-online era and then the modern online era. Sorry to be over-explanative, but this marks the point where online multiplayer rose to prominence and really became the main genre of gaming, and while there technically was some online capabilities with the PS2, it really rose to prominence with the 7th generation of consoles, or the PS3 and Xbox 360. Now, within each of these eras, I'd label out some notable points on the timeline. The 3rd generation consoles really marked the mainline home console era, then the PS1 and N64 took it to the next level, then of course the launch of the PS2 and GameCube, and then into the modern era. 2005 marked the release of the PS3 and 360, then around 2012 we got the PS4 and Xbox One, and then as of the time this video is being made, the most recent consoles are the PS5 and Series X. The reason I feel it important to really label this out is mainly just to give you some visual representation, but also really the shift in gaming as a whole. Now, it's not all of them, but I've put most of the best-selling games of each year on here, and I'm sure you can see the gradual changes just from a glance. There is a huge distinction of when Call of Duty rose to prominence and dominates the best-selling lists every year. But another reason I'm giving you this timeline is because I feel it's important to sort of mark where we all land on it specifically, and something I feel very lucky about is that within this timeline I am in an incredibly unique position. I was born quite literally smack dab right in the middle of this timeline, and naturally by the time that I was, say, coherent enough to play a video game, it would make sense that chronologically I would be playing a PS4 or Xbox One, but thankfully for me, I grew up poor as fuck. All I had to play until I was maybe 12 or 13 were just retro games all the way up from the NES to the PS2 and everything in between, and as a result, I've gotten to play almost every single home console ever. Now, I'm gonna take a pretty good guess that most of you watching this started at one of 3 different points. Number 1, your childhood had a PS2 or N64, making you probably around 30 or so. There are those of you who grew up with a PS2, which would make you probably anywhere from 24 to 30. Then there's my generation who had a PS3 and 360, which makes you anywhere from 16 to 25. But even though all of these console eras are so different, the common thread is that gaming for most people just doesn't feel the same anymore, so I decided to ask my friends why. The question I specifically decided to ask was, does gaming feel the same to you? And if not, when did it change and why? And before I dive into their answers and our conversations as a whole, I think it's more importantly to ask you that. After this video goes out, I want you guys to comment down below how old you are, what console you grew up with, and when you think gaming changed the most. Now, to get this started with my first friend who comes from an older generation who I thought would offer some pretty unique insight. Yeah, so why do you think gaming has changed and when do you think it happened?
I'm over here stroking my dick. I got lotion on my dick right now. I'm just stroking my shit. I'm horny as fuck, man. I'm a freak, man. Like, for real.
Now, I really didn't get anything out of that conversation, and I contacted the authorities, so do with that what you will. Now, after that, I decided to go to people who were just a touch older than me, and I contacted my friend Chase. He's an incredibly good friend of mine who grew up with the PS2 era of games and is one of the nastiest Gears of War players I have ever seen in my entire life.
I think gaming's always been changing, like, from the beginning. And I'm old enough now that I got to see some of like the more notable ones. Like it seems like now like a lot of the changes that happen are more incremental. It was probably slowly over time that change happened, where I felt less and less like I loved playing video games, you know. But yeah, I mean, a lot of it had to do with it was like an escape from like growing up. I'm like, man, I hate school, right? Like, I want to go home and like get to play games with my friends. And at that time in my life, like that was definitely like a nice, you know, growing up, it was just a nice like a break from everything else.
Now, Chase made a lot of really good points that I never really stopped to consider, but it's fair to say his decision is relatively split. Now, let's talk about my generation that grew up with the PS3 and 360s in their homes, and let me answer this question firsthand. Gaming, for me, stopped feeling the same in the last 2 or 3 years. Once I started having a lot of responsibility and came to terms with the fact that I really wasn't capable of being a pro at any game I played, it just really lost the appeal. Gaming for the sake of getting better really has just sort of lost a good percentage of its value, and now to me it's just kind of a hobby. But games that feel nostalgic to me really seem to cap off a little into the PS3 generation, but that's just my research. Let's look into a bit more credible source. Reddit. Now, usually I do hate going into the purgatory that really is Reddit, but I did find one thread on here that I think provides a lot of very valuable input. Now, our poster here used to play a lot of video games, but has really struggled recently to find them as appealing. I used to play a ton of video games before, and they slapped. I used to play them all day and have so much fun, but now for a few months, I've noticed that gaming just isn't as fun anymore. Maybe it's because I have a low-end PC and don't have many options, but I still feel like it would be even if I had a higher-end one. Does anyone know why this is happening? More importantly though, the responses are a really good place to start unraveling unraveling this mystery. Sure, you haven't lost sight of why you play video games? I feel like in the age of live service yada yada that gaming has become, it's far too easy to lose sight of why. You didn't play Skyrim because you wanted to get it 100% or to be max level, you played it for fun. You're old as fuck and your cell phone programmed you for instant gratification. Your interests are changing, try a new hobby. All of these responses are worded in different ways, but they actually boil down to a core reason that I want to dive into. Reason 1, you're playing games for a different reason. Reason 2, the world around you has changed. Reason 3, the games themselves have changed. Reason 4, you've changed. Reason 5, mental illness. Let's dive into each of these individually and hopefully somewhere along the way find a logical answer. Reason 1, you're gaming for the wrong reasons. If you feel that games aren't the same for you anymore, I want to ask you why you played games as a kid. Did you even think about why you were doing it back then, or was it just something you did to have fun? Nowadays, when you play games or start up old ones, be honest with me, is it for the same reason, or is it for a far more driven, specific goal or endgame? I can tell you as a kid, I had absolutely no desire to max out an account or grind anything. I just wanted to dick around and have fun. For me, it was both an escape from reality, but more importantly, a way to just pass time. Nowadays, when you play games, is it to have fun, or is it to get better and more importantly, beat others, which sure can be fun, but also equally frustrating. When playing a game where victory is the sole objective, you can sometimes lose sight of why you're playing to begin with. The games just aren't relaxing at that point anymore. Everything's stressful, and as an adult, additional layers of stress that just seem unnecessary are inevitably going to dissuade you from picking up that controller. This is where a bunch of recent statistics might be a bit eye-opening for you. Currently in the US, over 60% of the population are considered gamers. Now, I'd be remiss if I didn't point out that mobile gamers do make up a large percentage of that. The average age of a gamer is now 35 years of age, meaning that half of the gamers in the States are above 35, which is pretty crazy information to process, to be honest. The gaming industry is currently evaluated to be worth $350 billion, expected to breach the $500 billion mark in the next few years. Newzoo has laid out this fantastic little chart segmenting all of the gamers into 9 distinct categories. Now, using these categories, it would indicate that of the 212 million US players, 91 million of them exclusively play mobile games or don't play major consoles. Only about 57% of gamers actually like to personally play games on consoles or PCs. Now here's where the age comes back in. Out of all of the gamers in the US, legit only 23% of gamers are below 18. Now why is this important? Well, the only people outside of pros with enough time to get seriously good and stay good at 90% of competitive games are below 18. The other 77% of gamers probably have jobs and families. So let's take our total 57% of gamers who enjoy playing console games and then take 23% of that, and we're left with a grand total of 11% of gamers. These are the people who like the games but also have the time to get good at them. Once you hit a certain age, playing games to be a competitive player just might not be worth it. Furthermore, you might start finding that games are only fun for those at the top specifically. A recent study made by a researcher at the University of Oxford ran an experiment to determine what the connection was between frustration and gaming, if there was any to begin with. They first took in a collection of college students and had them initially dip their hands in a bowl of ice water for a set amount of time. Now what they told the college students was that the previous contestant had set the amount of time they had to hold their hand in. After this, they played a game with varying levels of violence, and then finally a game of Tetris. Half of the students got a very easy version of Tetris, and the other half got a far more difficult version. Then, at the end of this, the students were asked to set the time for the next student to hold their hands in the ice for, and the results are fucking fascinating. There was absolutely no difference in students who had been exposed to different levels of violence, but the student who had played the far more frustrating version of Tetris on average made the next student hold their hand in water for an additional 10 seconds. The reason I'm bringing this up is that if video games are taken far too seriously as more than just a way of having fun, then let's be real here, you're gonna get frustrated and increasingly aggressive and potentially sadistic. So potentially start reconsidering your approach to the medium as a whole. But admittedly, the reason I'm bringing this up is because this is exactly what I've fallen into many times. I am an incredibly competitive person in literally anything I get into, and as a result, games that I used to have a bunch of fun with have become very frustrating, serious endeavors. So I'm a bit conflicted here. So I once again decided to ask my friends how competitiveness has affected gaming. Do you think the shift towards competitive multiplayer games also had an impact on what we consider to be like nostalgic games, or kind of the soul of games as a whole?
Yeah, I think sometimes some of the most unbalanced games were like the most fun, whereas like you don't see that as often anymore. Like Modern Warfare 2 was so horribly balanced. Like it was so bad. But it was so much fun too.
I don't know how One Man Army made it into the game. That was insane.
Yeah, and even, you know, I'll be honest, like they definitely crossed the line in a few places where it would have still been more fun to just have that gone.
For sure.
But like maybe it was like just that they erred on the side of things being fun in their mind. Like they're like, this will just be fun that people can do this even though it's broken. Whereas now they're like, hey, like if it's not balanced and we can't make an esport out of it, How are we gonna, compete with? They're trying to like monetize that. There's a lot of money in esports, right? Esports has blown up, just like the entire gaming industry has blown up.
Reason 2. The world around you's changed. As a kid, I'm sure 90% of you out there didn't exactly have a lot to worry about. Even into your teenage years, you had maybe high school, sports, and maybe a job if you're a hard worker to take up your time, but you'd usually have enough time to hop on with your friends and relax. But as an adult now, you have a bunch of shit to worry about. Paying rent, all of your other bills, friendships, keeping up with your family, your significant other. There's a bunch of stuff to take up your time. And honestly, it can be a bit overwhelming. A lot of the people I grew up with now are getting married, getting a mortgage, and even having kids. My point is that everything that you didn't have to worry about as a kid is finally becoming something that you do have to worry about, and it's somewhat easy to feel weighed down by it. Personally speaking, trying to relax has now become more of a task than it is to actually work on something, and the escape from reality that gaming is just can't distract me enough to stop me from just wanting to get back to what I need to do. The world around you has changed, you've gotten older, and taking a break doesn't always seem like the best move anymore. This subject is unfortunately one that I couldn't even try to prove if I wanted to. It remains a personal diagnosis from person to person, and I personally feel that the increased stress of being an adult has without a doubt impacted my ability to enjoy a game. Reason 3. The games themselves have changed. A common argument in the gaming community is if the quality of video games themselves have changed as a whole, and there's definitely an argument to be made for both sides. When it comes to a technical aspect, there is no argument that can be made against gaming being better than ever. I mean, just look at the most recent games coming out. The level of detail is on an entirely different level. So I think this argument is more so held on a level of gameplay, and that's where things get a little bit dicey, and to be honest, it comes down to personal preferences, and I don't really think the gameplay has changed too much in the last 10 years. The only huge change to the industry in the past maybe 5 or 10 years was Fortnite, and generally the switch to free-to-play models of video games, which I really don't think are going to last too much longer. Outside of that, Call of Duty has somehow gotten worse, but they still get the same numbers they used to, Minecraft is still alive, and story-based games still make a huge impact, so to be honest, since roughly 2010, I don't think games have changed all that much from a gameplay perspective. However, looking from a broader scope, there's definitely a more substantial deviation in game design from the PS3 and onwards. Previously to the popularization of Unreal Engine and Unity, many games had incredibly unique art styles and direction. This was a result of games having to make custom engines as a result of not having a universal option, and so from a visual perspective, so many of the PS2 era games had just such incredibly distinct graphics, physics, and animation, whereas now we live in an era where asset flips can exist, and nearly 30% of games are made with Unity, and 50% of mobile games are made with Unity. Another point I want to touch on is that honestly, gaming seems to be a touch less original than it once was. This largely boils down to an overarching issue with the gaming industry, which is the corporatization of gaming in general. Now, that's a pretty vague thing to throw out there, but let me elaborate a little bit. In the past, there were a few games that devs could throw out every single year, but the concept of annually released series like say Call of Duty or Assassin's Creed have become a more so recent thing, and both of which have been drastically hurt by this. Right now, more than ever, games are being rushed, and more importantly, giving deadlines that are more important than the quality of the games themselves. Of course, all of these issues had occurred before the modern era of gaming, but there's no denying that AAA games now more than ever have corporate involvement. Once again, I decided to ask Chase for some input. Do you think it's fair to say that the corporatization of video games, which really started in like the PS3 era, may have had a substantial impact on gaming?
Definitely, in terms of like what I talked about earlier about like games losing their soul. It's just straight up a business, and like a business is supposed to make money. They see like what worked, and then they try to copy it, and it's like whatever it is that makes the most money. But they're not like thinking, man, I love this game. This is like a game that we're all passionate about. What is something like the best version of itself that it could be? Like because you love the art, like you have like a vision for the game. It's more like, hey, what should we do here? Well, Fortnite did this, and look how much money they made. Oh yeah, let's do that. That's a lot of companies will rush. The games will get rushed. It's like the developers don't want to have to rush it. I guess that's another thing, bro. Like when I was a kid, games didn't have updates. And that's a huge difference in terms of like the quality of games that we're getting. At least with like, I feel like when a game comes out now, it's like wait a year. So to your original question, yeah, the corporatization of gaming, definitely, that's like a big downside.
A very interesting point Chase brings up here is the addition of updates to the video game world, which previously to this, video game studios had to fully prepare a game to be as bug-free as possible since there weren't any do-overs whatsoever. And while I certainly won't argue with you that the ability to add content to a game several years after it's released is amazing, and the ability to add, say, like an emergency balance patch has just only made games better, it's also opened the door to laziness. Of course, shitty game releases have always happened, but more so now than ever. If it was impossible to update Cyberpunk 2077 after it released, do we really think that it would have been released in the state that it was? Probably not. The mere fact that I can buy a game that has put out gameplay trailers and just get a game that doesn't even slightly resemble it and is a buggy, poorly made mess is just baffling when you're talking about studios like CDPR, or even Bethesda, or literally every goddamn Battlefield game in existence. It's honestly gotten to a point where most people are reasonably refusing to pre-order games, and for pretty good reason. So from some people's perspectives, not only are the games less visually distinct, but you're also running the risk of buying a $60 unplayable nightmare. But it's time to finally ask an important question. Why is it so bad if games change? That's the natural evolution of things, of course. It's going to evolve and it will continue to do so. Of course, there are a few downsides we just went over, but there are also a ton of positives too. The era of DLC has allowed games to stay relevant for a far longer period of time, and some DLC content ranks amongst the best stuff ever made. Games shouldn't always feel the same. To someone who grew up with an Atari, PS2 games might not have been the same to them. There are a ton of people who just stopped playing games once there were more than 2 buttons on a controller. If anything, the gaming industry needs innovation now more than ever, and I think this question more so implies that you feel gaming is now specifically different from when you were a kid. Overall, I think it's fair to say that gaming has changed and in many ways improved, but in others declined. But the concept of age seems to be the common thread through all of this. Every single gamer I talk to usually talks about gaming as a past tense, especially in reference to their teenage or childhood years, the same way that someone might talk about movies being better when they were a kid, and the same thing with music. My point is that everything changes, and to argue what's better is a useless, arbitrary thing to do. But this directly leads into my biggest point. Reason 4, you've changed. You, as a person, don't miss the way games were when you were a kid. The quality of the games may have changed slightly or even drastically in your opinion, but I'm betting a substantial amount of money that you miss how you felt playing those games as a kid. With nothing to worry about, no money issues, no relationship problems, just simpler, easier times. And of course, gaming can't just bring that back. You've changed more than gaming did. A lot of people acknowledge the existence of nostalgia, but very few people understand exactly why we experience it. Nostalgia is quite literally a mental defense mechanism against loneliness, and it works fucking wonders. Nostalgia is most commonly experienced in winter months, and it's been proven to increase the human body temperature by a substantial amount. It mostly comes up in times where people were depressed and can often lessen these effects. Nostalgia often brings your brain comfort since it exclusively decides to pull the good memories, but can also be interpreted as the most bittersweet of human emotions. The downside to choosing to view the past in a positive light is that the present will naturally feel lesser. You are nostalgic, let's not get it twisted, just accept it. But I don't want to leave you all empty-handed here, so I think taking all of these reasons, I can form a bigger picture and maybe put together a way to enjoy games a little bit more. But first, let's answer the question, why doesn't gaming feel the same anymore? The world around you has changed, and it's become miles harder to enjoy things the same way that you could. And as a result, you may have started to play games for the wrong reasons, exclusively playing them with competitive goals or for an end game, without the resources to successfully do so. On top of that, the medium itself has shifted from what you feel nostalgic for, and most importantly, you have changed as a person. That, people, is why gaming doesn't feel the same, because gaming isn't the same and you aren't the same. Now let's talk about some ways to start enjoying games a little bit more. My first suggestion is reevaluate what you're planning to do with your time. If you only have time to play games on the weekends or after a long day of work, maybe consider taking competitive games less seriously or moving to a more casually oriented game. Secondly, games that require you to sink a bunch of time regularly, like maybe Rust, might not be such a good idea as much as you might like those games. Thirdly, maybe consider picking up some games that don't require you to be so well practiced to do well. A lot of strategy games or even chess have a lot of residual skill that stays with you for a good portion of your life regardless of whether or not you had to take a break. The next things are hard to do, but I suggest you do your best to improve your surroundings before you decide to play a game. Gaming is an escape from reality for some people, but if there's something you need to do, gaming's only going to make you feel guilty. Take care of everything you need to do, then put yourself in the right mindset to play. Then I'd pick a game that sounds fun. If you don't enjoy new games these days, don't be afraid to be a nostalgia fiend and just play through all of your childhood shit. Recently, the old school COD games got their servers back, and playing some of these games is always good fun. Or go even further back and play some of the single player shit you grew up with. And finally, there's no point in changing yourself for a hobby, but just accept that you're not the same person, and maybe it's time to shift your gaming taste or maybe find a different hobby. Or more importantly, maybe just take a break from gaming and come back. I hope this video to some extent has been enlightening, or at the very least maybe a bit thought-provoking. As I said earlier, if it's not too much to ask, just comment your age and when you think gaming started to change, if you feel that way. Like I said, after a week I'll try to compile most of the common reasons and ages and pin a comment that's sort of a compendium of all of it. But with everything said, I appreciate you all for watching this far, and as per usual, any and all support would help me out, but no one can force you to do so, and I will see you all in the next one.
Woke Bethesda dead. You know what? Let me prep up for Abyss. I need. I don't really have. I don't really have water elements anymore. Shit. I got blue gemstones. What else? A glass bead. What the hell's a glass bead? How much is it? Hold up. Oh, that's frozen arrow. And wind arrow too. Nice. It's in Yuno and Geffen. Magic item show. $600. Let me go Geffen. Hold up. What about yellow? Can't even buy it. Go Geffen. Where is this? $77, $70. Somewhere here. Oh, you can buy it. So you get 30. A bit expensive. It's 90. 93. That's freaking expensive, dude. 2 gemstones, 600. Yeah, it's not worth it. What I'm gonna do? Crystal arrow. Do I have more? I don't think so. I'm just gonna use freaking. Any buffers? Can we go to buffs, please? Can I get a buffs, please? Someone farming here? All right, let's watch this one.
Remember the days when we thought streaming was the best thing that has happened to the industry and cable TV was nearing its end? Yeah, we might have to think about that again. Cable is surely dying and streaming is not going anywhere, but turns out it was not the best thing for the consumers. With the rise of Netflix, the culture of binge watching emerged. Everyone had a Netflix account, a Hulu account, or an Amazon Prime account, sometimes all three of them. Even with the three of them combined, you were paying less than what you were paying for cable, so people thought it was a nice deal. With the rise of streaming services, people did not have to wait a whole week to watch an episode of their favorite show or tolerate annoying ads. The streaming services were making good money. People did not have to deal with monopolistic ways of cable, and they were getting to watch their favorite shows along with some awesome originals from the streaming services at a fraction of the cost. It was a win-win until it wasn't. Right now, streaming services are having problems staying profitable, and they are losing the interest of people as well. There are more than 200 streaming services, and among them, only 2 are profitable, Netflix and Hulu. So what has happened to streaming services? Netflix, without a doubt, is the king of video streaming. It was one of the first companies to offer streaming services starting in 2007. It had the first mover advantage to the point where many people now associate streaming with Netflix. The growth of Netflix knew no bounds. The audience enjoyed streaming. Who wouldn't love lower prices without ads, right? Initially, Netflix did not have its originals. The platform gained popularity by acquiring rights to stream popular movies and shows. This helped Netflix to gain massive popularity. Gradually, Netflix started to create its originals. In 2013, its studio produced the show House of Cards. The show was a hit. Since then, Netflix has created many other hit originals. Along with Netflix, Hulu, as well as Amazon Prime, joined the streaming club. Producing high-quality content is expensive. So what these businesses were doing mostly was acquiring rights to stream already super popular shows. Among them, Netflix was way ahead of its game. It's not that people did not like the originals made by these services. They loved some, and some were a hit or a miss, but what retained the audience mostly was their huge catalog of famous movies and shows that previously were only accessible through cable TV. From the early 2010s to the 2010s can be considered as the golden age of streaming. People loved this new way of watching shows and movies, and the competition was low. The market was mostly dominated by the 3 key service providers, Netflix, Hulu, and Amazon Prime. It was sometime around 2019 that things started to change. Other companies were seeing the incredible growth of Netflix, and let us just say everyone wanted a piece of the pie. Thus started the everyone has to have a streaming service trend in the market. There are more than 200 streaming services now available in the market. In 2019, Disney came out with Disney Plus and Apple came out with its streaming service. And why would HBO miss out on this train, right? It also came out with HBO Max. Now, there were more prominent players in the market than just Netflix, Hulu, and Prime. This was the start of the streaming war. See, this is the major problem with streaming right now. It feels like they are aiming for unlimited growth in a very limited market. Now, this is where the weaknesses of streaming started to show. Right after Disney Plus and the Apple TV launch in 2019, the pandemic brought the world to a halt. People had no other option but to turn to countless streaming services for entertainment. It looked like even with so much competition, it was still a good idea for every other company to have its platform. Turns out it was not. As soon as the pandemic was over and people were back to their normal lives, people did not need a bunch of streaming services anymore, so a lot of people started to unsubscribe. Besides the oversaturation, another major problem with the services is that the shows are scattered all over the place. Remember when I told you Netflix acquires rights to stream shows and movies from other companies? See, this was the reason why Netflix had a very diverse catalog of shows. But as everyone started to have their streaming platforms, they took off shows from Netflix and put them on their platforms. For instance, before Disney Plus, Netflix had the right to stream Marvel movies. But after the launch of Disney Plus, all the Marvel stuff now can be streamed only on Disney Plus, as Disney owns the Marvel franchise. Now, if someone had a Netflix subscription solely to watch the Marvel stuff, they have no use being subscribed to Netflix. It is logical for them to subscribe to Disney Plus. By the looks of it, there are truly no winners here. In the beginning, all the companies were fighting for market share. Now it is about profit. To increase their profit as much as they can, all the companies are constantly hiking up their prices, because of which the audience is quite frustrated. On top of that, many streaming services' cheapest subscriptions now come with ads. Yep, ads. If you want the ads gone, you will have to upgrade it to a more expensive one. Because of all this, people are seeking other alternatives as well, one of them being piracy. Cable TV was super expensive, so people resorted to piracy to watch their favorite shows. When Netflix was launched, its prices were super cheap compared to cable TV, and people could afford it. This meant a lot of people stopped pirating. But now that the prices of streaming services are skyrocketing with the shows and movies scattered all around the place, people can no longer afford the absurd prices. So they are again resorting to pirating. Guess history does repeat itself, huh? Companies were pouring billions and billions of dollars into creating content. They wanted to make as much content as possible to attract the audience. But they forget one key thing: retention. It is easier to attract the audience with a good show, but what happens after they are done watching the season of the show they subscribe to watch? They unsubscribe and move on to another service to watch another show. As I said before, the shows are scattered all over the place. There is no way that people can afford to be subscribed to all of them, but they want to watch their desired content. So what do? Service hopping. It is basically when the subscribers hop between the streaming subscriptions to save money. This way, they do not have to subscribe to all the streaming services, but still watch their desired shows. According to one report published in August 2023, service hopping has increased by 143% since 2017. Netflix also constantly comes under scrutiny for prioritizing quantity over quality. Regardless of the current problems, it is still number one and one of the only two streaming service companies that is actually making a profit. To combat the loss of their licensed materials, Netflix started making tons of its originals, keeps on bringing new seasons of extremely popular shows, and constantly cancels shows that are not as popular but have a niche audience. This has also been a reason for frustration among the audience. Most of the companies entered into the streaming industry knowing that they would have to bear losses for a couple of years before turning a profit. But with how the situation is right now, the companies might not be able to sustain these losses for a long time. As for Netflix, even if it is making a profit, its growth has become stagnant. It once held a monopoly in the market, but now that is not the case anymore. Like other streaming services, it has also been losing subscribers. As per some studies, the number of streaming subscriptions held per consumer is down by 14%. So what does the future hold for streaming services? Let's be honest, streaming is not going anywhere. It has now become a way of life for us, but the current model is also not sustainable. There are no winners in this streaming war, as neither the companies nor the consumers are satisfied with the current scenarios. So what can these companies do? I think they should do what Sony has been doing all along. Sony is usually late on the new trends in the market, but it probably is glad that it missed the streaming train. You see, Sony did not bring out its own streaming service, but rather stuck with licensing their content to the platforms that stream. This way, Sony does not have to compete in the overly saturated market for market share, but still gets to make money through licensing. I think it is high time the other companies realize this too and go back to licensing their content and leave the streaming to a few prominent players in the market. This way, the consumers are getting the content they want without the streaming fatigue, and the companies can make money off of their content. Now, this seems like a win-win. As of now, nobody is winning the streaming war. The companies are yet to realize that their current business model is not sustainable and is on the verge of failing. The more prices they increase, the more subscribers they will lose. Also, the price increase does not guarantee quality content, so there is nothing for the audience to stick around for. For now, the future of streaming is uncertain.
Now I'm getting all this freaking algorithms.
In 2002, David Jones, the creator of the original Grand Theft Auto games, started a new game development studio called Real Time Worlds. David's dream with this studio was to create an MMO that evoked the sense you felt when you played Grand Theft Auto.
Oh yeah,
which
there's
is
a new MMO.
Stupid idea, and it would never work. What are you looking behind me for? He envisioned a game where players could be criminals completing missions by working together to do crimes and whatnot. Or you could be an enforcer where you try and stop the crimes. It's like a cop, but they called it an enforcer. This dream game was called APB. It was an ambitious game, but David himself said back in 2005 that the game would be released in only 2 years in 2007. But as 2007 came and went, nothing was heard of about APB. This game would be delayed over and over and over again until finally in 2010 it had a confirmed release date, and this time they meant it. And the hype was huge. This was a studio that had already produced games like Crackdown, which were really well reviewed, and obviously had the creator of Grand Theft Auto behind it. This game was even turning up on lists from Wired about the most anticipated games of the year. It was alongside titans like Halo Reach, Mass Effect 2, Epic Mickey. Yeah, Epic Mickey. We all remember Epic Mickey. And when Grand Theft Auto Online, when APB finally did come out, it went terribly. The game was plagued with bugs, frame rate issues. There was a general lack of depth with only like 20 hours of gameplay, which for an MMO is astonishingly low. It just felt like the game was released in an unfinished state, which luckily is not an issue we have these days. When asked about the low review scores for APB, David Jones had only one thing to say, and that's that players just didn't get it. All in all, it was not only a critical disaster, but the game cost over $100 million to make, which meant it was a financial disaster too. For context, the developers of The Witcher 3 said that game took $81 million to make. It took $20 million fewer dollars to make The Witcher 3 than it took to make this. Huh? All of this became too much to handle for Real Time Worlds, and just 79 days after the launch of APB, the servers would be taken offline and the company would go out of business. APB would stand as the shortest running MMO of all time, and a cautionary tale for any young development studio hoping to break into the genre. With how disastrous APB was though, surely the record of 79 days would never be broken. Surely it would never be broken. So the day before just came out, and then it shut down, and then the company that made it also shut down, and now the CEO is missing, and no one knows what's going on, and everyone's mad, and a lot of money got scammed, and It's all very scary. We should start at the beginning. The Day Before, at one point Steam's most wish-listed game, boasting itself as a state-of-the-art post-apocalyptic survival MMO. It was first announced through a trailer on IGN's YouTube channel back in January of 2021, and it instantly captured the attention of not just MMO gamers, but gamers as a whole. Wait a second, this image looks familiar. Where do I recognize this from? The trailer featured a stunningly detailed post-apocalyptic world where two definitely real players were traversing the rubbles of a ruined city looking for supplies and stuff, having definitely real interactions with each other.
Running out of fuel. Great, man. Awesome. Shall we split up? Yep.
And I mean, just look at how excited the comments were about this game. This looks so amazing. Can't wait to play. This game looks amazing. So much love the shooting mechanics. Would surely play it. Oh, yeah. I know where I recognize this from, but there was also a lot of skepticism about this game, maybe because of the relatively recent disappointments of games like Cyberpunk 2077. I set this up beforehand. I prepared. Or maybe it's because the game industry has been bending its player base over the counter and having its way with them unconsensually for the last,
Someone's
forever,
farming here?
basically
No
the whole
one's
time.
like-
There wasn't a whole lot to cling on to from the trailer, since it didn't show off any new mechanics or character progression to make it separate from games like DayZ or The Division. Luckily, the CEO of Fantastic, the developer behind The Day Before, did an interview with IGN where they divulged some of the secrets in The Day Before. In The Day Before, we have the concept of a base different from other MMO survival games. As a hint, we really like the concept of that cute game where there is a greedy raccoon boss. What? I think that means there's base building, but I don't actually know. I don't know. But the hype train nevertheless chugged along, and on October 15th, 2021, The Day Before released its next trailer, and this one had a release date in it. Whoop, sorry, just let me get over here. Okay, there we go. That's better. This announcement garnered even more hype than the original trailer, probably because of the release date being so close to the reveal of the game. I mean, usually you have to wait years and years for a game like this, but they're turning it around in just over a year. That's incredible. I mean, Fear Engine even said they were willing to wait 2, maybe even 3 more years if they had to, but surely they won't have to. And so as the release date of June 2022 approached, the game was delayed 8 months to March of 2023. It's so bright out here, I can't see anything. Usually game delays are done so that the product that's eventually delivered to the players is the best it can possibly be, meaning adding on little polish or maybe finishing quest lines that haven't been quite wrapped up yet or optimizing performance. I'm kidding. They don't do that anymore. Very rarely though are delays meant to transition massive open world MMOs that are almost done to an entirely new game engine. That's why they delayed it. They wanted 8 months to entirely change game engines. 8 months is a long time, don't get me wrong, but changing your game engine, you know, the thing that the entire game is built on, should probably take longer than the gestation period of a premature baby. It takes so much work to do this, especially if your game was actually in a place where it was basically ready to be released. That means your game was pretty friggin' big. And apparently Fantastic agreed that it was a lot of work because they started asking for unpaid labor. Sorry, I mean volunteers. They were literally asking for
Volunteers.
unpaid volunteers on a for-profit project. That's insane. What's even more insane is the response the CEO of Fantastic gave about the whole situation. Essentially, the word volunteer comes from the Latin word voluntaris, meaning willing or of one's own choice. This is what you're doing? This is how you're starting the statement? Whatever you do in life, you only have 2 choices. Do it willingly or unwillingly. You could also just not do it. I mean, that's always an option. If you help a stranger carry heavy boxes into their house willingly, you enjoy it. If you carry those heavy boxes unwillingly, every moment will be like torture. So volunteering means you bring a certain pleasantness to every action you take. You don't, just because you do something willingly doesn't mean you enjoy it. It just means you're doing it willingly. It means you're not being forced. If you're doing something unwillingly, like carrying boxes into a stranger's house, then yeah, that's like torture. That sounds like you're being tortured. We consider all team members, including employees, volunteers. This idea comes from our own experience and aspiration. We, the founders of Fantastic, consider ourselves volunteers not only for Fantastic, but in every sphere of life. No, just no. What truly boggles my mind reading through this statement is the way they try and pass off every single member of their team, unpaid, paid, full-time, part-time, as being a volunteer. Every time they call someone a volunteer, they have to put a parenthetical next to it in the statement to say what they actually are. Enthusiastic volunteers, supporter, external volunteers, supporter, internal volunteers, employees. I don't know, it just seems like there's already words that fit what you're trying to say, and you don't need to switch everything to being a volunteer, Edward. It seems like the English language has it covered for you. This is where things start to go off the rails for the day before. With all these delays and reports of unpaid labor, sorry, I mean volunteering, it was time for some good PR. Sorry, I stopped chopping redwoods in RuneScape, just give me a second here. It took until February 2nd, which was only a month and a half before the release date final for real final.txt, but we did finally get another new day before trailer. Wow, this seems pretty professional to me. This seems like it could have been made by a studio with multiple AAA titles under their belt. I mean, it's really Oh, they ripped off a Call of Duty Zombies trailer. Oops. Is it cause for concern that the studio behind an extremely large undertaking of a game that's seeking to reinvent a genre that's been beaten to death for the last 10 years is out here shot-for-shot copying the trailer for one of the most popular multiplayer games of all time, showing that they really have no capacity for original thought? Maybe. What's almost worse is that this trailer showed literally everything we had already seen in the original reveal trailer and the release date trailer. Actually, it might even show less. I mean, sure, the environment is different in all of these trailers, but we've still been given no sense of why we're doing what we're doing in the game, how character progression works. Is there a story? What separates it from games like The Division, which everyone is comparing it to? Or what about showing off player grouping systems and interaction? I mean, you showed us kind of voice chat in the first trailer. It would be cool to see more of that since this is an MMO after all, right? I mean, this game releases in just over a month, and we still know...
There it is, dude.
This release date is going to be interesting. What's up? It's delayed again.
Wow. I got it immediately. That's crazy.
In early 2023, Fantastic posted a statement, you know,
1,000?
as they do, to say that the Steam page was taken down at the request of a private individual. Well, to be totally honest, at first, they said it was taken down due to a bug on Steam's end, but later it was proven that they took it down themselves because of this request, which was, you know, just the reason the entire time, but they just had to lie really quickly. The private individual who requested this takedown was a South Korean creator of a calendar app called The Day Before. After the game had been announced and started gathering a lot of hype, the creator of this app decided to go file a trademark in the United States before Fantastic could do it. This makes things seem kind of shady from the calendar app developers if you take Fantastic's statement at face value. But people looked into it, and that calendar app came out in 2010 and registered a trademark in Korea where the developer is based in 2015, 6 years before the game The Day Before was ever even announced.
That was crazy.
So filing a trademark in the United States after The Day Before was announced just seems like this company covering their bases and protecting their brand. What doesn't make sense is announcing a game that you've been working on for 3 years apparently, garnering millions of views, tons of hype, wish lists on Steam, and at no point before or during checking to see if the name was already trademarked by somebody else. Because, you know, that's what a company would do. That's what a company should do. That's what any good developer would do. Most normal companies would have trademarked that name before even announcing the game. It's just a normal thing to do. This is maybe the innocent mistake of a relatively new developer, but honestly, have they earned the benefit of the doubt? It's really more of an indication. Sorry, it's really more of an indication of the lack of detail and care they put into their projects. Clearly, Fantastic knew how this would look, and just days after the delay was announced, they came out and said, well, actually, we were going to delay it anyway, so we're not stupid, you're stupid. This sent conversations about the day before being a scam to a fever pitch, and Fantastic did not like hearing all the mean things people had to say on their Reddit and Discord. So as they've done many times before, they put out another statement. We've been creating the game for 4 years. All these years have been full of sweat and blood to make this game. Why is there blood involved? I don't care if that's a figure of speech, I don't like it. We made a real inner breakthrough and we decided to go for big challenges from the bottom. So big that some people will consider them impossible. Making a fantastic journey from the very ends of the earth, we feel like that simple guy from the 90s action movies. You probably remember him as the hero who breaks through the veil of disbelief when no one believes in him. But he finds the inner strength to win and prove to everyone what he is worth in the end. What? Okay, that's it. I need to look deeper into who this company is. They're extremely strange. Fantastic was founded in 2015 by this man, Edward Gotovtsev. I have a really hard time pronouncing that last name, I'm sorry. From everything I found, they were originally headquartered in Russia, but every new piece of information points them to being in Singapore, so I think that's where they are now. Well, they're not anywhere now, but we'll get to that. They released 4 games before the day before. The Wild 8 in 2017, the Dead Dozen and the Radiant One in 2018, and Prop Night in 2021. So this team had made games before, some that were even pretty decently reviewed. I mean, just look at their website. According to them, Prop Night is the top-selling Steam game. I looked at historical Steam sales data and couldn't find them on the top charts ever, but you know, they wouldn't lie. But the history of Fantastic only gets weirder because the company wasn't even incorporated until 2021. They had already made 3 games at that point, and apparently, according to Edward, had already started working on the day before. There's also the whole issue that their social media pages don't really give off professional game development studio vibes. At the bottom, we're at the peak.
That was
Grateful
crazy.
for every fallen rise. Thank you all, love you all. That's what a 14-year-old girl posts on Twitter when she just went through a breakup. Get
Wasn't
ready for the
expecting
best
that.
survival experience of the year,
Got a
November
card.
10th.
Immediately.
Test message. We all live in a time of disinformation and a lack of fact-checking. Anyone can say anything for views, and everyone will believe it. Disinformation needs to be dealt with. This is extra funny when you consider that the release tweet for the day before got fact-checked on Twitter, a website that is entirely known for disinformation, so this is just a really funny statement. I wanted to figure out the size of Fantastic exactly, so I did some research, and I found a site called Rocket Reach, which reported on the number of employees that Fantastic has. I'm not 100% sure of the validity of this site, but almost every site I saw had around the same number, and that number is 34. 34. Can I make it spin again? Oh. That is 34 full-time paid volunteers. Employees, as you and I would call them, but volunteers as Fantastic wants us to call them. That's a shockingly small number for a team working on what's supposed to be a state-of-the-art MMO. It's not impossible to make a game with a team this small. I mean, there are solo devs all over the place, but for an MMO, it's gonna be kind of tough to pull this off, I feel like. So a reporter from Yahoo News, which yes, still exists, decided to go check the publicly listed business address of Fantastic to find out how legit this operation was. And what they found when they got there was a co-working space, like a WeWork basically, but in Singapore. But Fantastic doesn't actually use it. It's just a virtual space they use, and they just list it as a business address. Things get interesting though, because on Google they have a different listed business address still in Singapore. And when the reporter went to go check that out, there was no trace of Fantastic. It was actually a management consulting company that was based there. It wasn't even a co-working space. So, I mean, I guess, I don't know. I guess I don't know what I know, but I guess, you know. Listen, I'm not one to hate on remote work at all, but game development is something that is rarely done fully remotely. There's usually at least some cohesive office space, maybe to bring voice actors in, or to just work together on a cohesive vision. But in Fantastic's case, both publicly listed addresses either are not actively in use by Fantastic, or have nothing to do with Fantastic, which is just, it's alarming. Luckily, Fantastic did post a video about what what life at Fantastic is like, so we can learn more from watching that. They brag about how
Okay,
extreme the
so
work conditions
what
are.
I
Like
need
working on a beach, or working on a hill, or making
Mimic
your devs
and
work in
Baphomet.
negative 71 degrees Celsius in the
soon.
outdoors.
I can get
Just let them
right
work
now.
inside. This is no condition to be working in. There's an entire section of them
How am
just
I-
shooting
how am I gonna
guns.
get those dudes?
Is this so they can do research on recoil or spray patterns so they can have better realistic guns for their game? Maybe. They don't say that's what they're doing. I think they're just shooting guns. There's also an entire section where they recreate the day that one of their employees got evicted from their apartment just 2 days before Christmas.
Do it. No, the
I think they did this to show how supportive they are of their employees, but like, you didn't have to have this guy reenact his trauma for us. Like, I would have just believed you if you said this was a good place to work. They also didn't even say what they did to help him. They just said that it happened, and they were like, hey man, it's okay. So I hope that guy found a place to live. I don't know the resolution of that story. Then there's also this guy who talks about all the negative messages he reads, and he gets really sad. But then they cut to this other guy who's like really happy, so it's, you know, it's great to work there. They even have an interview with one of their external volunteers. This guy's apparently a marketing expert, so, you know, they have unpaid labor in the marketing department. Super cool. Maybe that's why the marketing has been so bad. Just saying. But by far the weirdest thing about this video is it just ends with multiple AI voiceovers that are supposed to be testimonials from employees, I guess?
In my free time, I also work as a DJ for free on the famous Bangla Road.
I am a volunteer for life, and I like to entertain people.
The day before is my dream project. I will be pleased if people love my sounds in the game.
Maybe that's just because these employees didn't want to be shown on camera or couldn't speak English well enough, but they had an actual person translate into English before, without AI. So it just, I can't make sense of this. It's just weird. All of this is to say, I have no idea who
that was
Fantastic
so
are.
crazy.
I don't even know who Edward is. When I go look up all his social media pages, they're all gone and been completely scrubbed clean. The only page that's still actually up is his LinkedIn, and all you can see there is his bio, which says, "In search of myself." Yeah.
I just
Me
need
too, Edward.
Cecile
I'm
Damon.
in search of you too. Where are you?
Two
Who
Ceciles.
are you? In making and marketing the game, Fantastic was very public about their publisher, Mytona. So maybe we can learn a bit more from them, since we can't learn anything from Fantastic themselves.
Our team has a special mission that we work at every day. We write exciting stories. We design thrilling gameplay.
Do you really? Do you really make amazing games? Let's do some research. In their catalog of published games, which isn't really that large, it's almost entirely those cheap mobile games that you'll see the ads for that are trying to scam you into spending hundreds of dollars to speed through their levels. I mean, just look at the thumbnails. You get the idea of what I'm talking about here. And according to Mytona, these have amazing stories. Out of curiosity, Mytona, what's the amazing story behind Tasty Makeover, which you have listed as a match 3 game, but the promotional images don't really make me think it's a match 3 game. It kind of looks like it's a puzzle game, or a makeover game, or a dating sim? And then like the last image you have is match 3. I don't know what this is. I'm not gonna download it. I'm not gross and stupid. The only non-mobile games they have listed are Prop Night and The Day Before, the 2 Fantastic games. So things are looking a little sketchy here for our friends at Mytona. All I'm saying is they don't seem like the traditional backers of a post-apocalyptic MMO. So I don't know what's going on really, in conclusion. The day was almost here. The trademark dispute had been settled, the November 10th release date was set in stone with the Steam page restored, and so when the clock struck November 10th, the game got delayed again. Okay, it's one more small little delay to December 7th, 2023, but this time it's actually gonna come out, okay? Really, believe us. And the hype was in the air. People camped outside their computers to have the privilege of being the first to spend $40 on a game that even the most hardened fans thought was fake at this point. But it was finally coming out, and they would finally be able to play their dream game. But just before the game was officially released, Fantastic released a statement. You know, like they always do. To our future player who will dive into the game on December 7th. We made this for you so that you will enjoy the game and it becomes a celebration. Together, we will continue improving the game and adding content. To a person who didn't believe us, we made this game for you too. We accept any kind of criticism and don't hold a grudge against you. Before we continue moving forward together, kindly allow us to note a few things. Please don't accuse us of scamming. That's not true. We didn't take a penny from anyone. Please don't accuse us of asset flip. That's not true also. Our team worked day and night for 5 years to make our dream game a reality.
Oh, hi, Mark.
And with that, definitely not a projection statement, players could finally enter the world of the day before.
I just want to fight, but it's like nobody's here.
Are there like any zombies or players?
So, if you don't have any ammo, you can't defend yourself.
Oh god, this is gonna be the whole fucking experience, isn't it?
Come and get me. You can't. I'm too high up.
The fact that it's like almost a full-price game is crazy.
So things went well. The Steam reviews were immediately flooded with overwhelmingly negative responses. Just a few hours after the game, only 19% of the reviews were positive. And I'm actually not sure how there were 19% of the reviews that were positive. PC Games, Rock Paper Shotgun, Games Radar, every single content creator you can think of was just ripping this game apart for how much of a scam it appeared to be. Even IGN, who had been close with Fantastic through the development of the day before, getting exclusive trailer releases and interviews, gave the game a brutal 1 rated. For context, these are the same people that gave Call of Duty Black Ops 3 a 9.2. Black Ops 3, not 2, not 1, 3, the third one. Some people said the game was unfinished, but calling it unfinished is honestly a little mean to unfinished games. This game didn't even feel like it was started. I look at it. The game was a shell of what it had promised to be. The missions were short, repetitive, and they just generally felt pointless. Like all you would ever do is go out, collect some loot, go back to the Woodbury colony, and sell it. And I guess you just repeat. There was no real why given. The base building was lackluster and just felt like it was tacked on last minute. And the worst part is, I didn't ever see a greedy raccoon boss. So what was this about, Edward? The gunfighting was clunky, and the delays between shooting a zombie and them responding was like a full second, which is just unacceptable. To be fair, the city was pretty large, and that's good because it had to fit a bunch of players, right? It's an MMO. Oh, wait, what's that? It can only fit 32 players a server? It can only fit 32 players a server? This meant that you could go hours without running into another player in the open world, and the zombie density was also super low, so you would just not be finding anyone or anything for days. Before. This was literally a running simulator in what was promised to be an action-adventure survival MMO, and it wasn't any of those things. But what's even more egregious than what the game was is what the game wasn't. In most survival games, ammo is a precious resource because guns are super powerful against things like zombies and especially other players. That means you have an incentive to conserve your ammo when you find it, so you can resort to things like melee combat when you absolutely don't need to use your guns. In the day before, there's no melee combat. No melee weapons, no punching, no kicking, nothing. If you were out of ammo, you were literally useless. This is just such a basic piece of functionality that like any game would have, let alone a survival game. Just like, I don't get it. I don't get how this was missing. How is this missing? How do you not have this? There was also the mysterious lack of voice chat. You know, the thing they showed off in the first trailer, the only way to communicate with other players was by talking to them with the in-game text chat. This really greatly reduces the fun you can have in a game like this. I mean, proximity chat is half the fun of player interaction in these games. And yeah, also, yeah, you just kind of broke a promise, a pretty big promise. But hey, I've done some development and even multiplayer development in my day, so I understand how hard voice chat can be to implement. I mean, you can't just buy some sort of package on a game engine marketplace and plop it into your game. It's not that easy, and if it was, I mean, you wouldn't want to be doing that too much. You wouldn't want to be making a habit of that, would you? Would you? Remember that time Fnatic got super defensive about asset flipping? Well, that might have something to do with all the assets they bought from the Unreal Marketplace to make their game. In case you're unaware, asset flipping is when a game uses pre-made assets like 3D models or pre-written code and entirely relies upon those to make their game, adding really nothing new to them. Sorry, don't want to be showing too much skin here. Don't get me wrong, it's okay to use pre-made assets. In a lot of cases, it creates a more stable game. But if you're just going to use pre-made assets, then you're not really making a game, are you? User XX Austin James posted a huge list on Pastebin that showed all of the assets from the Unreal Marketplace that Fantastic used in the day before. As you can tell, this list it's long. Another user on Imgur posted what they claimed are data mined files from the day before, showing all the asset packs they had actually purchased. In the interest of full disclosure, I did my best to confirm that this list was authentic, and I couldn't do that. All I'm saying is, has Fantastic earned the benefit of the doubt? Probably not. Multiple users have put out their own separate lists, and they all seem to line up with what this is showing. So I am going to say that, at least for fun, this list is legit. And we're not talking about a few assets here. We're talking about all of these assets. Just kidding. We're talking about all of these assets. Is it still going? I hope it's still going. I guess I'm editing it. I can make it go as long as I want. Oh, no, it's over now. Remember how they showed off their voice comms and proximity chat in the first trailer? Yeah, they actually probably tried to do that because they purchased an asset called Easy Voice Chat. The reviews for this plugin were pretty good too, so if this plugin was in the final build, why is it not usable in the game? I'm going to guess it has something to do with the lack of documentation that comes with it, as one reviewer states. This basically means that the package could be a little hard to use or figure out for people without a lot of development experience. You know, like the people at Fantastic. That got me thinking that maybe this reviewer is one of the developers at Fantastic, proving without a shadow of a doubt that they did use this asset pack in their game and still not have voice chat. A quick Google search of the name Nico Rico 123 led me to this YouTube channel with a single video called PP Got Money. Maybe in this video, Nico Rico is talking about game development or something that will link them to game development, and that way we can prove that this channel is associated with that review.
You throw a rock, it hits my hard cock. My cock turns red, then we hit the bed.
Okay, or not. But luckily, there's also a Steam profile with the username NicoRico123, and if you look at the comments on that Steam page, they're all accusing this of being the personal account of the developer, Nick. N-I-K. In case you don't know, Nick was the name of a TikToker who made the famous scam game, Greed of Man. This video by Big Fry TV goes into the scam in more detail, but as you can see when they show Nick's TikTok page, which has now been cleansed, there's the same profile picture on this as there is on the Steam page. And also, NicoRico123 has played 92 hours of Greed of Man, which no one has ever done, which I think means conclusively that this review by NicoRico123 is the developer of Greed of Man, one of the big scam games, just like how the day before is a scam game. I'm not really sure what the point of all that was, but I went down that rabbit hole and now so did you, so you're welcome. All I know is that even just by comparing with your own eyes the assets in the day before and the assets in the Unreal Marketplace, they heavily relied on, if not entirely relied on, pre-made assets. So I think it's fair to call the game nothing more than an asset flip. No matter how many times Fantastic begs you not to call it an asset flip. So the release was a disaster. According to some leaked Telegram messages from our old pal Edward, the CEO of Fantastic, the game sold just about 200,000 copies, and just about 96,000 were refunded. 46% were refunded. He described the game as a financial failure, which, I mean, like, yeah, that... Yeah, but in their statement before the game came out, they promised to continue updating the game, and the day of and after, they did release patches to the day before. Damn. But just 4 days after the disastrous release, Fantastic announced that not only was the game removed from Steam, but that the company was closing altogether. The game released at 9:59 a.m. Pacific time on December 7th and shut down around noon Pacific on December 11th. That means it lasted 98 hours before it was removed from Steam. 98 hours, holy crap. It couldn't even last the amount of time that most MMO players tell you need to play their game to enjoy it. Edward Katovtsev has completely cleansed his online presence. His Twitter has been deleted, the Fantastic YouTube channel is gone, the Fantastic website is gone. It just redirects you to this message that they posted on Twitter already. So Edward's gone, and I miss him. Come back to us, Edward. What are you scared of? And let's talk about Mytona, who published this game and are just as responsible for its failure as Fantastic are. Let's remember that in an interview with Fantastic, they claimed that Mytona was checking every build of the game at each stage, which either means Mytona wasn't doing that, or they're really bad at checking things. Kind of like me in chess. Check.
Mobbers.
I don't know how to play chess. This whole situation leaves me with two main questions. Number one, when did this game actually start being made? They claim it started in 2019, but the end result definitely tells me it was not made in 2019. A lot of the assets they used in the game and relied heavily on didn't even come out until 2022. So I don't buy the 2019 thing. I don't buy it at all. And two, how bad was the financial situation that after just 4 days of the game being out, you were already out of money to continue operating? I know it's just a lame excuse the CEO made so he could go run and hide, but it's just such an insane excuse that I can't wrap my mind around it. Steam doesn't pay out its devs until the month after the payment period, so the earliest that anyone from Fantastic was seeing money for the day before was going to be in late January. So if the game did really well, were you still going to shut down because your margins were that thin, you needed the money like right now? I obviously know that's not what would have happened, but it just makes this excuse seem weird. You ran out of money? Like, I know you're projecting, but come on, just at least try before just shutting down 4 days later. I think that's the worst part of all of this. They could have actually tried to make a decent game. They clearly had people capable of real game development. I mean, Prop Night is not a great game, but it was playable and even enjoyable. And when you did dig yourself into too deep of a hole, you could have maybe, you know, put out some patches for the next month or two and see if you could really improve the game. You probably wouldn't have been able to, but it would have been nice to see you try. I guess at least with this outcome, no one else gets scammed into buying it and everyone's getting their refunds. So, you know, that's good at least. So maybe APB's 79-day MMO wasn't truly rock bottom. In this genre, we somehow always find a way to dig ourselves into a deeper hole. But I kind of hope that the 98-hour record doesn't ever get broken, because it took a lot of just disastrous, depressing things to hit that record, and it'd be pretty sad if that happened again. You want to see my animation for the number 34 again? Oh, wow, you made it to the end of the video. This was a long one, so that's a little bit concerning for you, don't you think? But thanks. If you made it this far, why don't you leave a comment that says, so that happened? Because it did. Because it happened. I want to give a shout out to all of my Patreon supporters. Their names have been going across the screen for like probably at least 3 seconds now, and they're all amazing. I want to give a special shout out, of course, to the members of my tier. My window's open. I wonder if my neighbors heard screaming. Don't call the cops. It's just John Sexum, Kuno Bazzi, a hobo with a spork, Suede Oxford, and of course, Paradox. They're all insane, but I love them with all of my heart, which grew 3 sizes. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays. Okay, go. The video is over. You're being weird. Leave. Just go. Dude, what the? Just get out of here.
what I hate about these fucking mobbings. It ruins. Fuck. It's like fuckers. Watch this one.
What if I told you that we are about to cover arguably one of the best free-to-play shooters of all time? Blacklight Retribution is probably not the game that you thought that I was going to mention next, but for those who managed to play the game during its long reign on the free-to-play market, you're nodding your head in agreement. That's because Blacklight Retribution was not only just a good free-to-play game, it also had an art style that didn't look generic and sprinkle, and a customization system that rivaled or bested nearly any other shooter, with the ability to use and pilot hard suits that could be used for ultimate destruction. These were powerful mechs that could be pilotable. There were 7 different modes, 9 different maps, and all in a free-to-play shooter package that was easy to access. Blacklight Retribution would launch in April 2012 and would continue on for a good 4 years before things would make a serious shift, and suddenly a change of hands of those involved in its creation and management. Following this change, Blacklight Retribution within 3 more years would be shut down, with the support cancelled for the game altogether. Whereas despite promises of the series being just that, a series, as Blacklight Retribution was actually a sequel to Blacklight Tango, the Blacklight franchise would be canned and put on a shelf for seemingly good. What went wrong? for a free-to-play shooter that's still remembered today quite fondly. Why wasn't Zombie Studios able to convert their most successful shooter yet into a successful forerunner for their company, who would then shut down before BLR would? We will find out this and more mysteries to uncover in this episode of Death of a Game, a series where we take a chronological timeline of a particular game or company and navigate it, perusing for clues and bits of evidence along the way that will help us determine what the largest contributing factors to the death of a game or company is. Finally, when the timeline terminates, we will put all of those clues together for the final deduction before hinting at the next case at the very end of the episode. So deductions, clues, mysteries, it's all very detective-y. And thank you for your continued support on the channel and with the series, and I hope you guys are ready for the most jam-packed year of content yet. That's a promise. Please consider becoming a member or using the donate button on YouTube or joining our Patreon. We also have some other links that you can use in the description for affiliate stuff like Amazon and the like. Thanks for the support. We will keep talking about dead, dying, and fading virtual worlds until the wheels fall off. Let's get to the case. The story of Blacklight Retribution actually begins back with their developer Prior and the announcement of Zombie Studios working on a new upcoming shooter. Zombie Studios was founded in 1994 as a Seattle-based development studio, a studio known for the special ops, Saw, and multiple military-based and related shooters. Both founders, Mark Long and Joanna Alexander, are something of geniuses, being two of the first to complete a design on a VR headset back in the 90s. The dynamic duo and their company Zombie Studios would put out 30-plus video games before deciding it was time to be more than just a video game developer and to become one of the game developers. Zombie Studios quietly in 2009 would announce an upcoming shooter franchise, meaning more than one game was to be played. Simply known at the time as just Blacklight. Blacklight was to be powered by the Unreal Engine 3 and would feature unique turtle helmets in-game that would grant players the ability to see through walls by hacking them and relay that information to their teammates. When questioned on what Blacklight was supposed to be past that, CEO Long would describe that Blacklight was supposed to be akin to Dead Space and transcend normal gaming and media. Blacklight, on the other hand, would stand for a mercenary unit. This would mean that even before a single game had been put out, though, that Zombie Studios was promising a live-action movie at some point, teaming up with the screenwriter Jason Dean Hall. This was certainly ambitious. I think maybe too ambitious. I mean, Zombie hadn't even put out a game yet in the Blacklight franchise, and were making media deals for movies plural, and promising multiple games to come out in a series that hadn't even started yet. I think Zombie Studios just reached a point where they were tired of being the smaller player, and they wanted to be a major move maker. The issue being is, were these moves just too much, too soon? Zombie Studios would strike first with Blacklight Tango Down and have their shooter launched on all platforms and published by Ignition Entertainment July 7, 2010.
Yeah, that was a good farm.
Tango
I got
Down
a
isn't a
freaking
bad
card.
game.
Nice.
It just has a weird name. It's actually
one
the
card.
Game people think of when they think of the word or concept of like freeware. The issue being is that it cost $15, which was a severe hampering to the game. That's because it lacked a single player, it was more focused on multiplayer, it
What's
had
good, dude?
Story, but it at the
Selena
very
Greek
least would lead to the foundation of what would later come for Retribution.
What's up,
the
man?
second game. BTD looks pretty damn good for $15.
Damn, I didn't. Is my hold on. Stream element? Yeah, Selena Greek. See this message. I didn't see that message on. Hold on. just need. I got one card out of that. It's nice. All right. Is my mic not working? Yeah, mic's working. Let's go. Oh, it's gone now. Damn. It doesn't pop up. Yeah. Stream element sometimes doesn't work. Yeah. Yo. I can hear myself. It doesn't